VFW is nonpartisan. The VFW welcomes all, any color, race, creed, whatever. The VFW does not support one individual candidate in this, so. Do what? That's my volume. Okay, I just got told they couldn't hear me in the back, so I got to be louder mouth than I normally am. Okay, this is Amy Thompson's function. This is not a VFW function. The VFW is nonpartisan. They do not support a party or a person up for election. Okay, what I'm going to do, first of all, is start out with introductions of unopposed people that are here that work for our county. So we'll start in the back of the room, on your right, my left. If anybody back there wants to stand up, introduce themselves, tell us what part of the county you work for, what you do, and just come forward. Yep. You can just shout from there if you want. Okay, center row, go on back, start at the front and work your way back. Who's here? Unopposed candidates? Okay. All right, how about in the front row? On your left, and work your way back. I see Marge Rogers back there. She can stand up and say hi. Who else we got back here? Okay, these people you have already elected to office. They're doing a good job. Nobody was brave enough to run against them because they are doing a good job. Thank you. Okay, now, Vicky Bishop, where'd she go? Will explain the ballot. They've changed a few things. If some of you have not voted before, you might not quite understand what it's all here. So Vicky's going to help us out and explain. Okay. Yep. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. I'm unopposed also, thank God. And I want to thank Amy for hosting and the VFW for the use of the building. Good turnout. I'm just going to give you a little bit of information on the voting process. As most of you know, this is our primary. So that's when you declare your party. I know some think on their voter card, if they say Republican, Democrat, most everybody in the county is registered as optional. But this primary is when you declare your party. So your poll worker, when you go up to vote, they're going to ask you what party ballot you want. And that's when you declare your party. You're either going to tell them Democrat, Republican, or there's also a nonpartisan ballot. But that nonpartisan ballot does not have the races on it. The only races on that nonpartisan is like for the Supreme Court justices. And the independent candidates will appear on the general ballot. If you've moved or had a change of address, please come by the office and update your voter registration card. That will save some time when you go vote. You will have to provide a voter ID. So your driver's license will be sufficient. Most of you, I'm sure, all got a card in the mail because we had to redistrict, and so everybody had to get a card. Your district may have not changed, but the number on the district changed, and that's how come everybody received a card. You do not have to take that card with you when you go to vote. Again, you will have to show a photo ID. Today is the last day to register. If you are not registered, I've brought some forms back there. If you want to fill one out and bring it to me, then that would get you registered for this upcoming election. Also have some handouts back there. Everybody that's listed on the ballot. And it's just got some various states, like early vote begins May the 9th. And it will run through May the 22nd. The voting hours are 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., except on Saturdays it's 10 to 4. Friday, May the 13th, and Saturday, May 14th, there will also be early voting at the Old Mammoth Spring Parts Store. So we will actually have 2 sites. I'm sure everybody's aware that we went to vote centers. We have 6 vote centers within the county. You can go to any one of those centers and exercise your right to vote. I also have these handouts back there on the table. You can also go to the Secretary of State's website and go to Voter View, and you put in your information, and it will pull up the ballot of the JP district you live in, your state and Senate races. It will actually be what your ballot's going to look like on election day. Or you can go to the county's website, and that's fultoncountyar.gov, and go to election information, and there's a lot of information there to be found also. Okay. Any questions? All right, I will turn it over to while we're all here to listen to the candidates. Please exercise your right to vote. It's very important. Okay, there's an absentee ballot form back there. Get it, fill it out, send it in to us, and we'll mail him a ballot. There is absentee ballot forms back there, so anybody that knows maybe a shut-in or just whatever, get those forms and fill them out, get them to me, and we'll get you a ballot in the mail. In the general, you can vote ever how you want to, but in the primary, you have to declare your party for that primary election. But in the general, you can vote Democrat, Independent, Republican, Libertarian, all of them. You can switch around. Also, if you were to vote in the Democratic ballot and there's a runoff, you can't then go and vote in the Republican runoff or vice versa. Anybody else?
Okay, we're going to start off with District 1 JP, Matthew Stevens, Chris Newberg. Come on up. First on the rotisserie.
Okay. A few questions. That doesn't make me nervous at all. How's everybody doing this evening? I'm going to hide behind here because it'll make me look thinner. I learned from Miss Hazel to try to keep it short and to the point and stick with the notes, because when you're up here, you're in like a time-space vacuum and the minutes just fly by, okay? And I know everybody who's ever had to talk up here can totally relate to that. So what I'm going to do is just tell you about myself and what I value and why I'm here. And really, this is just the announcement that I post in the paper. So some of you have got paper, you may already heard this, but for those of you who haven't, I'm going to share that with you. And then is this also the time where we talk about what we're most proud of? Or? Yes. Okay, same time? Okay. So let me share about myself. My name is Matthew Stevens, and I'm running for JP District 1 of Fulton County. My wife and I chose to live in Fulton County to live a simpler life, start a farm, and a family business. We, like many families in this great nation, realize the value of raising our seven children out in the country and living as far away from government overreach as possible. Those convictions led me from a good-paying job in a big city to a 35-acre homestead that lies between Viola and Elizabeth. As a young man, I worked in a mom-and-pop butcher shop, and I was richly blessed by the owner who mentored me. He was politically active with strong conservative Christian values, and he instilled in me many principles both in business and politics that I hold dear today. At the age of 15, I accepted Jesus Christ as my Lord and Savior, and before turning 18, I decided that the Republican Party's values most aligned with my personal convictions. I've been an active and evolved Republican ever since, and I'm not a Republican come lately. I worked for 6 years as a purchasing and facility services director for one of the largest medical billing companies in the U.S., managing a 40,000 square foot office complex that housed over 300 employees and an annual purchasing budget of over $1 million. This position gave me unique experience in managing large budgets similar to our county budget. Shortly after moving to Fulton County, I worked for 2 years as the office and accounting manager at Elizabeth Quarry right outside Viola. It was a great opportunity to meet many of the hardworking people of our community and hear what issues are of most concern. I also learned from experienced professionals what best practices would help correct the problems with our county roads. Our family loves living here, and we're blessed with our rural country life. My father, a 25-year Marine veteran who served in Vietnam, has recently relocated this part of Arkansas to be closer to us. We've put down many roots in this great state, and we want to see Fulton County continue to be a wonderful place to raise a family. I now have my own business and enjoy getting to work with my oldest son. I'm an active member of Friendship Baptist Church in Highland and the Fulton County Republican Party. I believe my past experience makes me an excellent candidate for Justice of the Peace, who in the quorum court govern through budget, ordinance, and resolution. As JP of District 1, I would use the full power of the quorum court, working with the judge and other JPs, to help bring about much needed changes that would improve our dirt roads and our county overall. I would appreciate your support in the upcoming Republican primary on May 24th, and Lord willing, again, the general election in November. I look forward to serving and working for you and our community. God bless. So, I know, I mean, I didn't even look up the whole time and you're clapping, so that's a good start, right? You know, the thing that I'm most proud of, I'll just keep it simple and short. You know, if you don't build your life on a solid foundation, when the storms come and when trials and tribulations come, you're going to fall. When I got saved at 15 years old, it was the most life-changing experience I've ever had in my life. And I want to do a good job of being an ambassador for Jesus Christ when I have the opportunity to represent him publicly. And so the thing that I'm most proud of is having been saved when I was 15 years old. And my wife would tell you, my mother would tell you, my children would tell you that I don't think that I would be the husband that I am today. I don't think that I would be the father that I am today. I don't think I'd be the friend that I am today if it wasn't for my salvation and my Savior, Jesus Christ. And I'm so grateful that we have a loving God and we serve a loving God. And I do think that there's a call for many more Christian men to run for public office. I think our nation has been, I think many of y'all agree, our nation has been way better ever since we abandoned God, right? It's doing so much better. No, it's not, unfortunately. And so that is the thing I'm most proud of, and I would appreciate your support to run for JP. I like to consider myself very principled and also very conservative, and I want to take my Christian faith and use those principles in making decisions to help with the quorum court.
All right. One question for you, or JP District 1, regardless of party, what issues will be important to you as a JP?
Well, everybody I talk to, the only thing they ever talk to me about is the roads. So, I mean, I don't think I've had one person talk to me about one other issue other than the roads. Recently at quorum court, back in December, I hope I don't get in trouble saying this, but I do, oh well. The quorum court voted, the JPs along with the judge, they voted on some, and Gary, you can help correct me if I'm wrong, but voted on a budget that created a position called road superintendent. Am I correct? Pretty much? Okay. A new road superintendent position was created back in December for Fulton County. Many of you probably don't even know that. Unfortunately, for some weird reason, in area-wide media, when they report the notes from quorum court in the newspaper, those notes were left out. So anybody who got the quorum court report in the paper had no idea that that budget was voted on, that position was created. The JPs recommended to the judge that a committee be formed to investigate, to look and search for a qualified candidate who would be the road superintendent. The judge declined that request, declined the committee, and the judge selected somebody and placed them in that position. I did not agree with that. I do not think that our county was well served by placing somebody already in the road department in that position and not searching for a more qualified candidate. And so that's something near and dear to my heart. I mean, I live 2 miles off a dirt road over Cedar Park. You know where, well, maybe you know if you're in my district, but Cedar Park and Beagle Alley, they're not the best roads in town. They're not the worst, but I mean, they're pretty bad, especially this time of year. You guys know in the spring, they get really rough. So I have some folks here from my district that live out off of Curly Point. And man, you got to be desperate to go down there. So pretty much you're going to lose a tire or something going down there. But that's obviously near and dear. The other things I think that our county could really benefit from is just not just saying yes to everything the judge says. And I know that there is a great deal that comes from union and peace and harmony in the court, but I don't think the JP's job is just to sit there and be a yes man. I think you have to investigate. I think you have to learn. I think you have to read. I think you have to research. And so it's very important, I think, to want to do that, to have a drive to do that. If you're voting for someone to JP, you want to vote for somebody who wants to learn, who wants to read, who wants to figure these things out and say, is this the right decision? Are we truly doing the right thing? Or are we just going along with whatever the judge says? And so that's something that's strong on my heart that I want to do. And there's other JPs now in the quorum court who do that exact thing. And I want to commend them. Miss Joanna, Gary Phillips, I mean, these people really, they want to know and they want to search out and they want to know what is the best decision. They don't just want to go along with anything. So that is where my heart is, and that's what I want to do as a JP.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Yeah, till we get to all JPs. I believe that's the only question I had specifically for you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. God bless you.
Okay, I need to clarify one thing. The reason he mentioned what he was most proud of is when I sent out the invitations to the people that were going to be on the ballot. That's the question I asked, so they had time to think about it. I honestly believe what somebody is proud of in themselves says a lot about who they are and what kind of servant they will be for our county. Okay, District 2 JP, Justin Luther, Dennis Kinder, John Emery. Come on up. John Emery is not here this evening because he didn't want to share his cold flu or whatever he has with us, and I appreciate that. So, Justin and Dennis. Dennis Kinder. Okay, well, I guess you get to wing it. You got a tough act to follow there. He was pretty talkative.
Hi, how is everybody tonight? Thank you for the invitation. Glad to be here. Glad to see all you good people. I was born and raised western Fulton County, just north of Viola. Born and raised on a dairy farm, beef cattle operation. I run a fertilizer business out of Salem here. Spread fertilizer for the last 16, 17 years for Frank Rowlett. When I graduated high school, I started spreading fertilizer for Tyree's just north of Moody, Missouri. Still run a beef cow operation. I appraise cattle and livestock for a Community First Banking Company out of West Plains, Missouri. I believe the question before me was, what are you most proud of? Probably my best accomplishment. I married way above my head. Bless her heart, I can say that. She's not with me tonight, but that's probably my most accomplishment, greatest accomplishment is my wife and my family, hands down. Probably that would change in 10 years from now. I'm raising 2 young children, and when I have them graduated and hopefully they have jobs and contributing to society, anybody that's been out in the workforce knows that the young people anymore do not have the work ethic as it has been in the past. That's very important to me, to raise my children to contribute to society, contribute to the community, which brings me to the reason that I am running for JP District 2. I feel very strongly about contributing to the community and helping to make the decisions for the welfare and the future of Fulton County in my district. I have nothing bad to say about anybody in our local government other than praises. I know a lot of them personally: Mr. Abney, Miss Bishop, Miss Watkins, Miss Long, Judge Gary Clayton. I have nothing bad to say about any one of them. I consider them friends, and I thank God that we have hardworking people like them in our community. I know each and every one of them. You look at me, I ain't gonna lie, this is the best clothes I own. If you see me working 7 days a week, you're gonna see me in overalls. And I've got dirt on my hands, and I've saw each and every one of them the same way. And I'm very proud to live in a community that's like that, with hardworking people, with people that work in our courthouse that they probably don't have a 3-piece suit and tie. That's why I want to help contribute on what's already there. I'm not here to change anything. I'm just here proud to be a part of something. I don't know if I answered any of your questions or not, but I'll take a question if you have one.
Don't think we have any.
Hey, thank goodness.
Thank you.
I'm done. Thank you. Thank you.
Just a second.
Okay, now we're up to District 3 JP, Al Roark and Joanna Defoe, both running as Republicans, and I know Joanna's here. Albert? Come on up, Joanna. Joanna is the incumbent. She doesn't have any short stories, so we might be in trouble. I can pick on my friends.
Good evening, y'all. I'm Joanna Defoe. I am your District 3 JP. I go all the way down to Elizabeth, the backside, and then come all the way up to Glencoe. I have part of, oh, sorry. Well, I could scream, but I've already lost my voice. So I go all the way to Elizabeth, all the way to the backside, the southern part, to Izzard, and then all the way up to Glencoe. And I take in Viola. Now, as being your JP, I've been very, very active. I ask a lot of questions. And I scrutinize your budget. I mean, poor Barry, he shakes his head every time I come to Qualm Court. And I have a lot of questions about our budget. And so with the money being spent, why is allocated like $283,000 for the library fund sitting on a shelf with dust collecting? Hello, that does not translate with me. So I go over the budget every month and make sure I don't, I do have questions on it. Now, basically, I get out and take pictures of the roads. I've been out a lot of the majority of the roads, but for Elizabeth, I just inherited that, so I have not been down there. But I have taken pictures and put them on my webpage for District 3. And so I try to put all the information pertaining to Qualm Court and try to notify my constituents. And I like to ask my constituents answers so I can come back. You all need to get involved. This is your tax money, and you need to get involved. You need to be up in Qualm Court asking these questions. Why the road's bad? Why can't we got brand new equipment coming in here in July, and we don't have good operators? Excuse me, that's not count with me. We need to get it fixed. And because people have to go up and down, especially your buses, your school buses, carrying your children. If I was a parent, I'd be a little leery of having my child on a school bus going down a road that has big ditches on the side, gravel sitting over here, water running down, big ditches across the road. So there is a problem here, and we need to address it. Now,
What in your life are you most proud of?
I am proud. I'm born again Christian, and that's the first thing on my agenda. God comes first. I'm a servant, and you come second. You are my boss. You tell me what is a problem, I will address it. And I'm the one that goes and seeks the answers. I don't care whose door I knock on. I go all the way to the state capitol. I don't care. It just don't bother me. So that's my primary. God is in control, and he has a path for me, and he will let me down that path. He gives me the knowledge and the wisdom to carry on and the strength, and that's all I need, you know.
I have two questions for you, Joanna. When allocating tax dollars for use in the county, what would be your top 5 priorities in spending?
I think the top priority in spending is roads. We desperately need some help there. And the second, the library's coming a long way, but I still have in the back of mind, when I first came on, I noticed a $200,000 budget in there that was going from year to year and accumulating our tax dollars. And I asked Barry specifically, why do they have that much money in the account? Now I know each account has to have a little bit of extra money in to operate for the next year. That I can understand, but $200 and some odd $1,000, no, I don't agree on that.
Okay, what values will you promote / protect as JP?
Oh, one of them is, and I need to talk about this a little bit. I'm not going to talk very much about it, but one of the values I want to is your land. Yes, this is an important issue. Sustainable, the Agenda 21, and that is a United Nations plan, and they're supposed to implement about 2030. And what it is, I have a little chart here. Y'all can't see it very well, but it goes down and says public and private partnerships, and then social justice all goes into this little pot here. And then guess what it goes into? Government control. Do we need government control of our lands? I don't think so. And so, you know, if you're a big cattleman, or you're, I don't care what you're raising on your land, what you're doing on your land, but you don't need government coming in and controlling you. And I'm a strictly a believer that we need to keep government out of our lives. The less government we have in our lives, the better off we are. And they have the philosophy of rights. And y'all can go online to look at this stuff. I mean, it's there, free, it's up there. And that's one thing I like to protect, is your land rights. And make sure, like FEMA and some of the other federal government agencies don't come in and start putting their little paws in and saying, you got to do this and you got to do that, because that right will be taken away. That's a God's right to own your own land. It's a God's right for you to own a gun and carry it with you, concealed or unconcealed. That is your right. And so that's my.
Thank you.
All right, now we're District 8, Jimmy Mahler, Jackie Privet. Jackie Privet is serving now, and Jimmy was a past JP. So we have 2 microphones here, so we can. Yeah, we might end up getting some.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Good evening. I'm Jimmy Mahler. I'm running for candidate for District 8, Mammoth Spring. That covers the city limits of Mammoth and some the louder. Can you? Okay. Here we go. Can you hear me now? Okay. I'm Jimmy Mahler. I'm running for District 8 candidate for District 8 in Mammoth Spring. It covers the city limits of Mammoth Spring and a lot of rural Mammoth between Camp and Fryette to Mammoth Spring. I want to thank God for many blessings that He's given me. I've got a great wife, Jennifer, sitting back there, and I've got a son, Jonathan, that works with me, and his wife, and a little granddaughter. I got a daughter, Jill, that lives in Madison, Mississippi. She's married to a good man, a plumber, and I grew up in Mammoth Spring. I started first grade there, lived here all my life, and I'm graduated in 1970. I'm proud to be an Old Bear. Is any Old Bears here? I know there's 1 or 2. But anyway, I've been self-employed most of my life. Been a stonemason for about 20 years, and I've started making walking canes, worked led in with my rock business. My dad and I started Arkansas Cane back in the early 80s and built it up where we've got a few employees, and we employ several people during the fall and winter cutting sticks for us for our hiking sticks that we manufacture between Camp and Fryette. In other words, I've made my living out of sticks and stones all my life, so. I served on the Fulton County Quorum Court for several years, as some of you know, and I really like that job, and I want to serve again. I believe in God, and I believe in our country, and we need to start at this level and keep building it up and get it back to where it needs to be. And I want to work for the hard-working taxpayers here in Fulton County, because I know all of you work hard, and as I have, and I want to stretch everybody's tax dollar as far as we can, and doing the best for Fulton County as we can. I'm for more and better law enforcement. I'd like to see our cities and county work together even more. I know they work together now, but even more so, and keep our county and cities and country better. And may God bless America.
Jimmy, the question, what in your life are you most proud of?
Pardon?
What in your life are you most proud of?
My my family, and just being here in this county. It's a great county. I've been over a lot of the United States, and there's no place like Fulton County, especially Mammoth Spring as well.
And I got one question that was submitted, and I think you've probably kind of hit on this already, but what is your main reason for running again?
Because I want to serve the people of Fulton County. I enjoy it, and I just want to keep doing the best that we can for our county and Mammoth and Salem and Viola. And not only do I want to work for the people in Mammoth Spring, but everybody in Fulton County.
Thank you.
Well, I guess Jimmy about said it all. Not really. Everybody, I feel old up here. I mean, everybody's talking about their kids. I got 12 grandkids. 12 of them. But anyway, Jimmy's a good friend of mine. He really is. I feel like I've done a pretty good job the last, since I've been in here. I've only served this one term. Hopefully I get to serve one more. There's some things I like to do. I'm a veteran. My dad was served in World War II. I came out of the service. I wasn't as lucky as Jimmy and some of the guys. My dad, had a little farm. He raised cotton. And I picked cotton up here in a coal sack, and lo and behold, the boll weevils got into it one year. So Dad turned the cattle into it, and we left here. We went down to a little place called Monette, Arkansas. When I come out of service, I'd always come up here to visit my granddad and so forth. But anyway, I ended up back up here. I started a business. I come out of service. And it grew, and I worked in about 17 states. We run about 175 people, and the business is 48 years old. And a lady runs it now. I finally retired. So I feel kind of proud coming from a guy that was barefooted when he went to school. But anyway, I've been a part of Fulton County all my life. And there's a lot of things that still needs to be done on the roads. I understand that. Everybody does. I think the Sheriff's Department, I think they're doing an excellent job right now. I don't see. There's probably some improvements could be made. We've helped them out a lot, I think, in the last year or so. And they've accomplished a lot. And matter of fact, the jails are full now. Can't put nobody else in them. So where are they going to go? But I do. I love Fulton County. My folks is here. My granddad, my mom's folks. I came back years and years and years ago. Lived up here for the past 38, 40 years. And I've always loved Fulton County. And I just like to go ahead and see some things that I started. It's what we're working on. The road committees, for one. I think we're headed in the right direction on that. I really do. I think you're going to see a lot of improvements the next 2 years on the roads. I really do. And lo and behold, for the last 27 years that I've been around here plus, they kind of went the other way. I'm not going to look and throw rocks at anybody. But I do know that our roads can be fixed to where we can drive over them. And I mean, it's a never-ending battle. I know that, but still, yeah. If the people will get out there and work and support each other, I think we can do some good on our roads.
The question everybody else has been asked is, what in your life are you most proud of, Jackie D?
My family, for one, in God. I'm a member of the First Baptist Church up here in Mammoth Springs. I've been a member of that church for I'm going to say 18 years now. I was saved when I was 24 years old. And God's a big part of my life. I mean, he really is. And, without him, I don't think I'd ever been where I was. And y'all know what has happened. A lot of you know what's happened to me in the last year. And without him, I just don't think I'd be here today. He's been behind me and with me through the service, the whole 9 yards. He's followed me and he's led me and stood by me from day one.
Thank you. If you want to stay there, Jackie Dean, the other JPs that spoke, I probably should have done this while they was all up here, but if the other ones would come and join Jackie Dean, we had 3 questions presented for all you JPs. So if you could the rest of you guys make your way up here also. And Joanna. And I'll go ahead and start with you, Jackie Dean. Prayer before quorum court, yes or no?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. When we started to seal a house, I don't know how many of y'all are familiar with the Sailor House up there in Missouri. And, but we started that thing, we didn't have a dollar. That building cost us $23,000. We took, and it's for abused women and children. We took that thing with volunteers, and we paid for that building. And we finished that building in 2 years, on our hands and knees, literally, dirt floors. And it's full today, with the exception, I think there's one woman that's left. We did that, and we never once went to work in that building that we didn't have a pastor there praying with us and to help us, and God stood with us the whole way through, the whole way. And we couldn't have done it without it. We got a grant. We applied for a grant 3 years ago, and we ended up with our grant. The Lord blessed us about. It's been almost a month now. He gave us $100,000, and we can take that money now, and we don't have to worry about buying blankets, quilts, pillows, because when them women leave, they've got a place to stay. Hopefully they got a job. We minister to them while they're there, and most of them are back on their feet. It's left there right now. I thank God for that. I really do.
Three more. Sustainable Development Agenda 21. What do you know about this project?
Not a lot, really, and honestly, I really don't.
How will you handle road issues when called by a citizen in your district?
I go out and look at them, even if it's not my district. I have, and have done some work out there.
As a JP, how will you promote accountability from judge, sheriff, and yourself?
I want to work with all of them. I mean, I think to get along in the road department, the sheriff's department, you can't have no disagreements. I mean, you're going to have a few, but not no knockdown, drag outs. I think everybody's got to work and get along together. I really do. I think without that, you're fighting a losing battle. And if you do it, the right kind of way, you're going to end up. Everything's going to work out for the best. You can't argue and fight about it. It don't ever get you nowhere. It just won't do it. And we'd like to, but I don't believe in that.
Thank you. Whoever wants to be next. Same questions for you. Prayer before quorum court, yes or no?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sustainable Development Agenda 21. What do you know about this project?
I don't have a clue anything about it. Never heard about it.
And then how will you handle road issues when called by a citizen in your
I
district?
believe the best thing to do would be lay my own eyes on it, then work with the judge, whoever it'll be, and get along with who is in there already. I don't believe in any turmoil, and I'm not a JP. I've never been a JP. I believe the best thing to do would be work my way into it and work with the authorities that have more power than me, and then as I learn, then I can exercise what authority I do have.
And last one, as a JP, how will you promote accountability from judge, the sheriff, and yourself?
Well, as far as I know, what to do is just try to get along, try to work with what's already been built. I believe Fulton County is great, and I'm proud to be a part of Fulton County. And I have nothing bad to say about anybody that's in there, or anything bad to say about any of the other JPs. I think they've done a great job. There's things that can be improved on, but as far as that goes, all I can do is help build on what already has been built.
All right. Thank you, sir. Jimmy, you want to go next? You may have these questions memorized by now. Prayer before quorum court, yes or no?
Yes, 100%.
And then Sustainable Development Agenda 21. What do you know about this project?
I don't know much. I've heard of it, but I don't know much about it.
And then how will you handle road issues when called by a citizen in your district?
I will call the county judge and talk to him about it. Ask him to please help the people out there that need it. As most time when you get a call, it does need addressed. And in my experience in the past, the judges has always worked with the people and helped them whenever I call and ask them to.
And as a JP, how will you promote accountability from the judge, the sheriff, and yourself?
I will work with them in every way I can. The judges, I've always got along very well with those, and I will work to do the best of my ability with the law enforcement, which I'm very strong and believe in good law enforcement.
Thank you, sir. In listening to your testimony, I know how you're going to answer the first one. Prayer before quorum court, yes or no?
Amen. Yes. Every single time.
Sustainable Development Agenda 21. What do you know about this project?
So what I know is pretty scary, and I don't know a lot, but I'll just tell you my understanding of the basics is counties can accept certain types of funding from the local government or from the federal government. And then by doing that, by accepting these certain funds, you are now tied into certain rules and obligations to your county's land and personal land, private land, once you take these funds. And so the control that they wield once you do that is pretty scary. And I think that's why most people are scared of it. So I would definitely recommend against anything that has to do with it. I don't even think it's called Agenda 21 anymore. I think it's called something else now.
And how would you handle road issues when called by a citizen in your district?
Well, I'd just be happy to call for one. I mean, when I put my announcement in the paper, I put my cell phone in there, and I never got one call from anybody. I don't know if that's a blessing or a bad thing, but you know, it boggles my mind that you would drive down the road, and any one of you have done this. You've driven down the same road for a long time, and you're like, this spot never changes. This spot is awful. Every time they come through here, this spot is the exact same. So I don't know if I need to get out there with a can of orange spray paint when I drive the roads and put like a big mark right here saying, here's a bad spot. We need to fix this spot. I just, you know, I'd be happy to hear somebody say, hey, you know what? I'm out here over off of, you know, Elizabeth Road, and I happen to notice this really, really bad spot. You know, what can they do about it? Well, I don't know. I don't know what they could do about it. I can tell you what. I'll be the first one to tell the judge and tell the road foreman that y'all need to get out there and fix that spot. I mean, here's the thing. Not everybody in our county is some sort of technical engineer and knows how to build roads. But you've all driven over the same spots that, man, this spot really needs a culvert. This spot really needs a crown in the road. This spot, wow, there's no ditch on either side of the road. Every time I drive through here, it turns into a lake. You know, it's just common sense to me. You may not know how to operate the machinery. You may not be the person that knows how to engineer it, but you definitely know what the solution is, that something needs to be done. So I'd be happy to get a call, and I'd be happy to try to address it.
And the last one is JP. How will you promote accountability from the judge, the sheriff, and yourself?
Man, this is a big one. The sheriffs, I believe, whoever's the new sheriff elected, should really consider having at every quorum court meeting every month a sheriff's report. Will they address the quorum court? At the same time, they'll also be addressing the entire county, because those quorum court meetings get broadcast online. So I think a sheriff's report on everything that's going on. I mean, I don't know what all it would entail, if it would entail arrests, issues they're dealing with in the county, but the sheriff would know and say, well, that's a good idea. I really should give an update to the community and say, what's going on? What are we doing? Let's do that every month at quorum court. I think the road department, they started doing that when the new foreman was selected, or superintendent, I forget the title. They started giving a road report every month, and then they stopped. And we haven't got a road report, at least I think the JPs have, but the public has not for maybe the past 2 or 3 months. So I think those transparency comes first, but then right after that is communication. If you're not communicating what's going on, nobody has a clue. So the road department and the judge as well. I think when the judge addresses the court, even though we're always talking about new business and old business, I think Gary Clayton has done a very good job of being transparent and just sharing everything that he's working on. The next judge needs to do the same thing. Here's what I'm working on. Here's who I've talked to this week. Here's where we're at on spending on things. Transparency first, communication second. If everybody does that, then people will be a lot happier.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Right, Joanna, you get the same three questions. Prayer before quorum court, yes or no?
Yes, and I even contacted the state lawyer with our association, and he came back and he told me you can go to where it was passed by Gus and it was a one in New York that had the same situation. And anyway, they said it was our constitutional right to have prayer. Guess what, folks? I'm saying prayer, and I'm the one that says it in quorum court. I had everybody from California to North Carolina this last 2 months condemning me for saying prayer in court. That was a JP. Did I care? No, I did not answer them back because, I just threw them in the trash because I will stand for my constitutional rights, and that's a first, amendment. Okay. Next question.
How will you handle road issues when called by a citizen in your district?
Very easily. I usually go to their door. I usually get calls, and then I'll go down there and I'll take a picture. If I'm in the middle of the road, my neighbors come by, I just wave and wait, don't run me over. And then I take those pictures and I give them to the judge. I say, this is the problem with this road here. We got a big pothole here. School bus is going down this road. We need to fix it. And maybe a week later, well, we got our machines down in another area of the county. Well, that's not acceptable for me. It needs to be fixed now, And so, yeah, I communicate with my constituents on roads.
And as a JP, how will you promote accountability from the judge, the sheriff, and yourself?
Communication, number one. You need to communicate with all departments. We work together as a team. We're all in the same boat together. And if one flips off the boat, well, then the boat might capsize too. So I believe in communication is very effective, and you don't have to be harsh. I mean, we all have disagreements, but we sit down at a table and we smooth them out, and we come to some understanding. Remember, this is not for us, y'all. You are our boss. You come to us. We are getting paid by your tax dollars to do a job, and that is important. And with that in mind, and if you don't have a JP that will stand up for you, well, that JP doesn't need to be in office. I'm sorry. You just don't stand and sit there in court and just, and just shake your head. It does not work that way. You've got to communicate with all agencies involved with that quorum court in your county, even at the state level. I'm involved with the state level. I'm on the road committee with several of us. Laura Benedict is our chairperson on that road committee, and we're trying to work out a lot of issues on the roads right now. So yes, I believe involvement and communication.
And I believe if I was listening, you spoke about Sustainable Development Agenda 21 just a minute ago. Do you have anything else to add?
If you want to know more about it, contact Mary and myself. Mary's been doing this, Riviera. She's been doing this for a very long time. She's been coming to quorum court. She hasn't gotten paid for it. But she sits there and she has she has like a stack of stuff she gave to me over a year ago. And I started looking into it. You can't believe what the government's trying to do. Money's not free. It does not grow on trees, folks. If we get a grant money, there's strings attached to a grant money. I don't care if it's free or not. There's strings always attached. And so you got to be careful when you get money. You say it's free. Well, it doesn't cost the taxpayer. Well, where did the money come from? Floats out of the air? I don't think so. It came out of our pockets, our tax pockets. So you got to be careful on bond issues and stuff like that.
Thank you, Joanne.
That's it for the county JPs. We're going to look at the county judges. David Curtis, Todd Doty, Kenneth Crowe. Our current judge is Gary Clayton, but he will not be running. So these we have to pay attention to. This is important stuff. Kenny, come on up. Todd Doty and David Curtis will follow. Are you gonna behave? Are you gonna behave?
You know, Amy, you did a really wonderful job bringing all these people here. Now, I'm telling you, give her a hand. Because what we need is, I need a commitment from every one of you to show up Friday night when I'm calling bingo, and we're going to have some fun. All right? Now, you know, you got to give credit where credit is due, first of all, and all of our county officials. We have good county officials, and they do a good job. And Gary, our judge, current judge, Gary Clayton, has done a fine job, okay? And basically, what I want to do is carry on some programs that he's implemented and improve. My campaign is on improvement. And now, I get this a lot. What does a county judge do? Okay? A lot of people don't know. They think it's a judicial judge or something, right? Well, on the card, you'll see what a county judge does, okay? If you look at that card, that'll give you an idea of what we'll do, okay? Now, I think that Fulton County is pretty fortunate in that we have all good candidates running, all good and capable candidates, and so, you know, you have a choice, and it's good to have choices, okay? Now, most of you know me, some of you don't. Those that don't, my name's Kenneth Crowe. I currently serve as the Fulton County Veteran Service Officer, and I am charged to help veterans and their survivors in all matters dealing with the VA, okay? And I am blessed in that my wife, we have our 39th wedding anniversary next month, and I'll just tell you, she's my battle buddy, okay? So we got married, both went to school here at Salem. In fact, I can remember when this building was built, okay? And my dad, Vernon Crowe, he is my hero, in fact. You know, so, you know, me and Terry's got, we have 3 sons, 3 daughter-in-laws, 9 grandchildren, and God has greatly blessed us. And our oldest son, all my sons served in the Army. And the oldest son did 6 years, and he was an intelligence analyst. He got out, went to the University of Tampa, got his finance degree, became a budget analyst for the Defense Intelligence Agency, and then later on got his master's degree, became a program manager for the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. And Brandon served 8 years, got the combat action badge. He works in Mountain Home with his wife. And our youngest son, Cameron, he's been in the Army 11 and a half years now. He's a first lieutenant, fixed to come up for captain. He's in the 25th Infantry Division. And the newest member of our family to serve is our oldest grandson. And he just reported to Fort Jackson today for basic training. And so, you know, what am I most proud of? I'm most proud of the sacrifice that my family has made for the flag of our country, okay? And what truly impresses me is courage and selfless service, okay? And that's what I'm about. I have sacrificed, my wife has sacrificed, married me, knew me before my career, stayed with me throughout my career, and I was extremely fortunate in that my wife, my mother, and my father, and my father was with me the day that I joined in Little Rock, and he was there when I had my retirement ceremony in the rotunda of the Minnesota State Capitol building. And so I'm greatly proud of and thankful for. And now I tell you, who am I for? Naturally, I'm for our veterans, for our farmers. I'm for the old timers that's been here, raised your families, and stayed here. But I'm also for the newcomers that come here. It's been said that the two best things that happen in this area is newcomers and fescue, you know. And so, we welcome the newcomers. We want to integrate them into the county. In fact, we have so many new people moving in. I actually thought about having a newcomers brief once a year, bringing the new people in, teach them history of Fulton County, some of our values, and how Fulton County government works, and how it works for them, who does what and where. Okay. So that's, again, I'm going to be graded. Whomever the county judge is going to be graded on the road conditions. Okay. How are we a good judge or bad judge based upon the improvement of roads? Right? There's a lot more to it. Okay. Understand that. You got to capture the grants from the federal and state grants with no strings, looking for those no strings attached. Okay. I'm a lifelong Republican. I was a Republican before being a Republican was cool. Okay. And there was a reason for that. Me and my wife spent 15 years between Sacramento, California, Portland, Oregon, Seattle, Washington, and Minneapolis, Minnesota. Okay. So we have been where the folks are that are coming from. We've been there. We understand why they're here. And so, it's been said, I want to be the person my dog thinks I am, right? You ever heard that expression? Well, I want to be the county that folks think we are when they move here. Okay. Now, what you hear from the JPs, you hear accountability. Okay. And I believe in accountability in government. And how am I going to institute accountability? Simply by outlining expectations. First of all, what do you expect from me? Okay. And the road department specifically, what do the folks expect from me? And then what I expect from them. Okay. You got to have expectations. You have to have standards, and you have to have some incentives as well. Okay. And with that, I think we can make some improvement. As far as change, 31 plus years in the Army, everybody remember Gumby? Well, I'm the Gumby doll of change. Okay. I'm that flexible. However, I believe change should be to improve and not to confuse, and I don't believe in change for the sake of change. Okay. I believe in adjustments, okay, and we'll make those to make Fulton County better. I want to, encourage local business, okay. We need those revenue-generating activities, and most people think, we get road revenue just by property taxes. And I've even had people say that, well, the reason our roads are so bad is because our property taxes are so low. Well, if you go and raise the property taxes, that's just adding insult to injury, because we're in the midst of out of control inflation, which, by the way, is going to erode our budget. Okay, and so I think I don't know if anybody's looked at their property tax bill lately, but mine went up a couple $100 over, and that's without a millage increase. Okay, so where's the other part of the road revenue come from? Comes from state turnback, okay, and it comes from sales tax. Now, sales tax, that is how everybody can help us, okay. All you got to do to increase the road revenue is buy local, okay. Buy in Fulton County. What you buy on the internet helps Fulton County, okay. So, if you want to advocate for higher taxes, buy more stuff, okay. Just buy more stuff. There you have it. Okay. So with that being said, I think I'll just wrap that up. Charles,
You got quite a few questions
Uh-oh.
here. If elected, will you work with Democrats of the county?
Yeah, that's a good question. And the answer is, listen, locally, Democrats, Republicans, we all want the same thing for the county. I'm certain of that. Okay. National politics, that's something else. Local, I think that that we can communicate together to get what we, I mean, listen, abortion, what are we going to do about that? Okay. But what we can do is manage our budget, okay, and improve the road conditions, improve economic conditions. And let me tell you something. I'm for the little guy. Make no mistake about that. I'm for the working man. But you know what? The working man's got to have a place to work, okay? And we have to remember that. We have to incentivize work, de-incentivize non-work, okay? Because you know what? You got assets and you got liabilities, okay? We want the liabilities to move over to the asset column. And how you do that is through availability of work and encourage work, okay? So the answer to your question was, as county judge, will I work with Democrats? And the answer is absolutely I will.
Thank you. How does your military experience qualify you for county judge? And along with that, what leadership or management skills do you bring to the table?
Okay. Well, I would tell you that my campaign is on improvement. Okay, I've improved every situation I've been in throughout my career. In the Army, matter of fact, the time I became a sergeant in 1985, I have had people work under me, okay? And in the Army, with every grade you make, there's a leadership school associated with it, okay? Now, I was a first sergeant for 5 different companies, okay? And I don't know, those of you that never served in the Army, you don't know what a company is, okay? Company consists of 50 to 100 people, all right? And I was a first sergeant for the Chico, anybody knows anything about California? Chico, California, had Reno and Carson City part of it. And had the Yakima Company, Stockton in the San Joaquin Valley. Yakima was Central Washington from Pendleton to Omak. Little Rock Company from Batesville to Pine Bluff. Mid-Missouri Company from West Plains to Columbia. And then I became a sergeant major, charged with a battalion of 7 companies, okay? So I led the Portland Army Recruiting Battalion, covered all of Oregon and the Pacific Rim. Pacific Rim includes Japan, Korea, Saipan, Palau, Micronesia, American Samoa, and all of Hawaiian Islands. Okay. So with that leadership, I went to Minneapolis, and I covered 4 states: Iowa, Minnesota, North and South Dakota, in the toughest market in the country, by the way. Okay. So as my wife is my witness, and she can tell you, everywhere I've been, I've improved it. Most improved company in 6th Brigade, most improved company in 5th Brigade, top battalion in 6th Brigade there. And also, I have a special guest here, Sergeant First Class retired Carl Penrod. Carl, would you stand up? All right. So he's one of my mentors. In fact, when I was a young staff sergeant, he was my boss. Okay. Yeah. And so, anyway, you can sit down now, Carl. And so, and when I made E9, the Army didn't see fit to send me to the Sergeant Major's Academy at Fort Bliss, Texas. They sent me to the Navy School at Newport, Rhode Island, and I attended the Navy Senior Enlisted Academy. So as far as leadership is concerned, I believe that I'm most qualified in that aspect, and I bring it to the table. So
next question, what can you do to change the way the road department operates? Apply for grants or allocating the county budget?
Well, there's actually a couple things, okay? The road department has, 3 challenges, okay? Number 1 is the budget. Number 2 is the weather. And number 3 is the terrain, okay? Because we have hills. And as water goes down, what happens? Hydropower, okay, goes over and it washes out, okay? Well, one thing I can do is increase the proficiency of the road department. Okay, do they know what right looks like? Okay, and I can implement a training program. I would like to implement some standards. Okay, what are their expectations? Okay, and then when they exceed my expectations, I think there ought to be an incentive for doing that. You want to incentivize good behavior. Okay, and how you do that by knowing your folks. Okay, everybody likes carrots. I'd much rather lead with a carrot as push with a stick. Okay, but everybody likes different flavored carrots. Most people like green carrots, right? So I'd like to come up with something like that, all right? And as far as reallocating the budget, I think with all of y'all spending your money locally and on the internet, I think, we'll have some more money for the roads in that way.
Okay, next question. As judge, will you be a hands-on manager or will you have assistants?
Well, there's three different types. Okay, so the question is, will I be a hands-on judge or will I have assistants?
Correct.
Okay. So you got to understand the different leadership styles. Okay, there are delegative leaders, there are authoritarian leaders, and then there are combination leaders. Okay. Well, it's okay to delegate. Now I could delegate anything except for one thing I cannot delegate, and that is responsibility. Okay, I will take responsibility for all things that happen or fail to happen in the county. Now I welcome high expectations. I have high expectations. Okay, and I want y'all to have high expectations of me. See, and so the answer is I'm going to be a hands-on, okay, but not to the point where I've got my thumb on people, but I will trust and verify, and I want to make things better for our employees. I want to promote cohesion in the courthouse, and, now there's some things that, I can't do everything myself, okay, so I'm going to have to delegate some things, all right, but the good thing is about delegating is you got to follow up to make sure things are going nicely, okay? Like, for instance, okay, I get this concern from veterans, okay? Who's going to take care of us when you become county judge? Well, rest assured, I already have somebody I'm going to appoint who's going to do a marvelous job, and the veterans are going to have a county judge that knows the VA system better than any county judge in the state, okay? So if the person has any questions or concerns or any obstacles, they can simply call me, and I can walk them through it and get them through it to better help the veteran and the family member.
What are the top 5 priorities you think the county judge should address?
Well, the priorities are peace and harmony throughout the county. Okay, without peace and harmony, you've got chaos. We can't have chaos. Okay. Next thing, of course, is infrastructure, the roads, the county roads. That's our lifeline. Farmers need good roads to transport their cattle. The people need good roads so that their tires can be preserved, and they can traverse their way back and forth to work. Okay. The budget. Now, right now, the budget's in good shape. Okay. Relatively good shape. We want to keep that. We don't, we have to be, have a conservative approach when it comes to the budget because we want to sustain it.
Right. Explain how you as a judge will improve our roads.
I think, explain how I'm going to improve our roads.
Improve the roads.
Okay, very well.
That's a big question.
Okay, here's the deal. Our roads have to be crowned. Okay, you got to have proper drainage. Now, here's the thing. In inclement weather, when we got a couple of inches of rain, the road crews need to be out there looking to see the behavior of the flows. Okay, do we have our culverts situated right? Do we have any clogged culverts? Okay, do we need more culverts, and if so, where? Okay, and that way, when it dries up, we can address that. Okay, and get them fixed.
Prayer before quorum court, yes or no?
Okay. It is absolutely necessary because we've turned ourselves into a stiff-necked people. We've turned our way from God, and when you do that, you're gonna get adjusted, and not in a good way. When things are going good is when we need to be on our knees, thanking God for the blessings He bestowed upon us, and remember where it came from. Now, I will tell you, my testimony is this. Throughout my career, I've had several miracles throughout my career, okay? And I know the hand of God has led my path, has directed my path, and in my wife, in our path, and throughout our marriage and throughout our life. You know, we left Salem. I grew up in Salem, of course, you know, like I said, and I left. So we went, we saw, we got the heck out of there, you know, came back. So, but here's the thing. I was the first to come out and announce that I'm running for county judge, and I did so with the encouragement of some people that came in my office and, you know, asked me if I'd ever thought about it, you know, and I'd make a good county judge and such. So I agreed. Well, afterwards, I started thinking about it, you know, because my dad retired from the Army in 31 July 1973. Okay? So then I thought about it. Well, what's my retirement date? 31 July 2013. How many years is that? 40 years. My dad ran for county judge 1982. How many years was that? 40 years. Me and my wife been together 40 years. Well, my dad, when he ran for county judge, let's see, 73 to 82, he was out of the Army 9 years. Well, let's see, how long have I been out of the Army? 2013, 2022, 9 years. Okay? So I have no doubt that the Lord has directed my path, and I've been called to do this. That's why I'm doing this, because I want to lead Fulton County to improvement, okay, in every way possible.
4 more, and I'll be done with you.
4 more. It better be easy.
What will you do to help shrink the hospital's $500,000 debt?
Okay, let's talk about the hospital. Kern? Okay, listen, Kern, please. Maybe you got to get up here and we'll talk about this. Okay, the $500,000 operating deficit. I don't even know if that's the case. Okay, but I do know that does everybody want to keep our hospital? Yes. Okay, including me. All right. And the hospital's got to be sustainable. All right. Now, there's a way to do it. You know what that is? That in Kern has been working on this. Okay, but is improving the reputation of the hospital. Okay, instead of folks wanting to go to Baxter, going to Ozark, going to White River, they need to start using Fulton County. Okay, that's number one. But how do you do that? Well, you got to have better services. Okay, so people will want to go, and then there's got to be a marketing. We got to do some marketing. Okay. And of course, you know, there's a lot to the hospital that I'm not privy to, but I will be, because I want to help the hospital. I want to support the hospital because we need our hospital.
Right. As a senior citizen, what will you do for me?
Well, as a senior citizen, number one, I'm not going to raise your taxes. Okay. Number two, I'm going to promote our senior centers. Okay, I eat at the senior centers quite often, and I visit with the folks. Okay, you know, we have a veterans outreach program that helps veterans and widows. Okay, and you know what? We have a lot of good churches in our community where we could form something like that. Now, I tell you, on the campaign trail, you know, there's a lot of our elderly. They're out there. And they're they're by themselves. They have no support. Okay, and I think we could begin a support group. You know, some people that would go out and help them.
All right. What can you do to bring more business and revenue?
Okay. Well, you know, we want to give business an incentive to come here. And I've been approached by some business people that want to put some stuff in, in Mammoth Spring. Okay, but here's what I got to do as a judge is I got to support our town mayors. I got to get our mayors together. We got to get on the same sheet and go out and solicit business and give them an incentive to come here. Okay, and that's what we need to do.
All right, last question. What is the EM job? And because the storm that came through Salem and Saddle, he said on Facebook to take pictures so he could post them. He stated it's his job to drive around looking for damage. So I guess the question.
You're talking about OEM?
I guess OEM,
yeah,
yes.
The OEM. Well, listen, the Office of Emergency Management has an important place in the county. And it's got to be emphasized because we really dodged a bullet. I think everybody can agree that, okay? And so, we're going to have emergency preparedness and to do what we can for the next one, if we have mass casualties or if we have, a school bus rollover, those type of things, we need to know how to react to it. Now, as far as, his job to take pictures and everything, well, it just needs to be, ready to activate, federal agencies and state agencies to come and assist.
Thank you. That's all I have.
That's it.
Todd Doty running as independent.
As Miss Amy said, I'm Todd Doty, and Kenny said it all. Y'all have a good night. Now, for y'all that don't know me, I just want to kind of tell you a little bit about myself. I was raised on a dairy about 9 miles south of Salem, at Johnstown, if you're familiar. I graduated at Salem in 1990, and I've spent most of my working career as self-employed in the transportation industry. I served on the Salem Volunteer Fire Department for 23 years. I served here at the Fulton County Sheriff's Office in 07 and 08 as a jailer and a deputy. And I very much enjoyed my time there and got to meet a bunch of good people along the way. Just like I did in Mammoth, I'm drawing a blank now what I want to say. This is my second public speaking career out here. But as he was saying about our county roads and all, that's obviously a very important issue and getting them done and done properly. I've heard several people say how the water runs down the middle of the road, not down by the road. It's important to get all the gravel back on it and get them crowned like he was saying earlier. But with this office here, the biggest thing we can do is listen to you. You know your area better than anybody. And that you're the ones to help us along. And to just do, if you're having a low water issue, you know better than we do. A lot of the time we might not see it until the water's gone, and you can look up the hill and say, well, it goes down here, but you're the lifeline to that. And I'd like to see us be able to do more fixing and patching on these things. I believe you can save a lot of money that way in the long run. It takes a collective bunch of people to come up with solutions, and we can always talk about problems, but I'd rather talk about how to fix things instead of the problem that we're having. And it can be anybody. I mean, I heard a story one time about this truck, which, forgive me, that was most of what I done is drive a truck. It got stuck under an overpass, you've got all these adults and professionals standing there scratching their head trying to figure out how to get this truck out from underneath this bridge. Well, there happened to be a 10-year-old boy there, and he said, "Why don't you just let the air out of the tires?" So that's what they done, and guess what? Pulled right out of it. So not one person knows everything. So that's kind of drawing a blank here, folks. I apologize. But I'll be your independent candidate, and I don't want to bore you with a whole bunch of stuff that really I'm just be repeating, because he done a fantastic job, and I didn't get to meet him till we were in Mammoth, and very nice man. My wife thinks the world of him and his wife, and everything that he's done for the veterans. I just commend you and thank you, because I know they think the world of you. And I've gotten to know a few along the way, and good friends that have passed that were veterans. But the thing that I'm most proud of, when I was 11 years old, I was saved at Mount Zion Baptist Church in Union. If I'm being honest, I got off that path and went backwards a little bit, but the good Lord, with His grace and mercy, brought me back and made me a lot better person than I ever could be before. And you know what we're talking about here on earth, this beautiful girl right here, I am most proud of her and the children that she gave us. And I'm proud to say that they stayed, and they're having their family here, and they're raising them. Our son Sheldon, he works at Great Escapes and Mountain Home. Angie works in Mountain Home. And our daughter is an RN. She works here in Fulton County, Randolph County, and Baxter County mostly, and she tries to stay here at home much as possible. But man, without them, this old boy wouldn't be here right now. So I'm most grateful for them and most proud of them. I'm sorry?
Got a few questions for you too, Todd.
Well, I've got the breath for it here.
What is your knowledge of accounting?
My knowledge of accounting. Well, I took accounting in high school, but having my own business, I had to sit down and usually make some numbers up that didn't add up good. You have to stretch out your resources. So I feel like I'm fairly good with that, considering what Angie and I both have went through in the last 28 years with our own business.
And what can you do to help bring more businesses and revenue to Fulton County?
Well, I hadn't heard anything about jobs until tonight. The two things that people had talked to me about was obviously our roads, and they would, the younger bunch, around 20 to 30 that does have kids, they like to see more for our youth to do around here. And the job thing is something I just learned about tonight, and he would like to see some factory come back around. And I know my mother, she worked at this factory over here until it went out, and she had to continue to work. She had to go to West Plains to do it. And I would like to see us be able to give some incentives to who we already have. All Steel, I'm familiar with. They have trouble keeping and getting employees. And if we could, give some existing businesses the ways to expand, I believe that would be a great thing. And then look into, and I'm not exactly sure how to go about it, but if you can give incentives to other industry, proper word to use, I guess, to bring in for our people. And that's just one of them things that, for me, I would need some collective help with.
And what would you do for the senior citizens of Fulton County?
Well, as a whole, I would, whatever their needs would be, I would sure like to try to meet them, whatever they might be. I'm just unaware of any right at the moment personally. My mother pretty well stays apprised with everything, and I'll be honest, she hasn't mentioned too much. She loves coming here and playing bingo, though.
And how would you help with shrink the hospital debt at Fulton County Hospital?
Well, I spoke to the administrator about that a couple of 3 weeks ago, and I asked him that about the deficit. And he said, right at the moment, there's not one. At the time, they were 800,000 to the good, but that was variable. It may be 800 this week. A couple of weeks, it may drop down to 150,000. But right at this current time, it's in good. Then anyway, it was in good shape, and also talked to him about how that thing operates, and the county owns that building, and they get a 0.5-cent sales tax from the county, but it is run by the administrator and a board of governors. And from what I understand, if I've got this correct, the county actually has limited oversight over anything there.
And what are your top 5 priorities you think a county judge should address?
Well, having communication with the residents and with the road department. The communication part's very important, I believe. And like Mr. Kenny said, the infrastructure of the roads and dealing with the things with the hospital. You said 5?
5 is what. Keep in mind, these are not my questions. These was submitted.
Right. Well, caring about the people. I mean, you need, no matter who's in there, you just got to care and be willing to listen. And this is not a 8 to 5 Monday through Friday job. It's 24/7, and you got to be willing to. I don't care if you're out on 9 Mile Ridge. If they've got something wrong, call up and say, "Hey, folks, Mr. Judge, somebody, we need somebody out here," and be willing to go at any time. Gosh, I'm just drawing a blank. I hope most of that sums most of their question up there.
Thank you. That's it.
Well,
Thank
I would
you,
like to just add one more thing.
Okay.
When we went to Mammoth a couple of 3 weeks ago, I remember hearing them say, and I heard you, they feel left out a lot. And one thing I'd like to see, whether it be myself or these other 2 gentlemen, is make yourself available. The office here on the square, it's Monday through Friday. The office hours are, but the job's, like I said, 7 days a week. Why not go to Mammoth or 9 Mile Ridge area or back over here around Jeep? Take a Saturday, spend a few hours in each one of these places. There's a bunch of people I know that prefer to see you face to face and call you on the phone, because you may or may not get a phone call back from what I hear. So, and I'm not saying that to be offensive or ugly at anybody. You know how the lines of communication get broken. Well, if you're right there, it sure can't get broken, because they can say, "Look, I told you this last week. What are you going to do?" And I believe that's very important. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I got to listen to one more before break. Come on.
I'm a little bit like Garth. I might want to talk with my hands, so I don't want to hold no microphone. I know that everybody's been sitting here a long time and they've heard a lot of the same things, but please indulge me and I'll get to those questions quickly. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to thank everybody for being here. My name is David Curtis, and I'm a candidate for your Fulton County Judge. First off, I'd like to thank Miss Amy and the VFW for putting this together. I think it's a great event. As you can tell, the room is full of people, and we're live, so that's a good thing. I officially retired from my government-appointed position, making it ethically and legally appropriate to utilize my past experience and my position to run for Fulton County Judge. In Ms. Thompson's invite, she asked that we share our greatest accomplishment. All right. Without a doubt, my greatest accomplishment is my family. Fortunately, they are all here with me tonight and are wonderful. The fact that they all reside in Fulton County, all live a few miles from me, all have jobs and work here and share the same conservative Christian values is very important to me and my wife. My wife Janelle and I have been married 40 years and are members of the Salem Church of Christ. My son Cody is the principal at Salem High School. If your children have had troubles, I apologize right now. My daughter-in-law Corey is an elementary school teacher. They have 3 wonderful children, Kay, Claire, and Kale. And that was Kale on cue that tried to interrupt Crow if you didn't hear it. My daughter Callan Ray is a physical therapist for Gross Therapy. She is married to my son-in-law Dustin Ray, who is a lineman. They have 1 son, Sutton McCoy Ray, and he'll turn 3 this fall. My qualifications to serve as Fulton County Judge hinge on my 38 years of government service and my lifetime as a cattleman. My wife and I have managed to put together a good cow-calf herd for over the last 40 years. We're proud of that. My 38 years of USDA Farm Service Agency experience began in 1983. I started as a field man and worked my way up. 35 of those years I spent as the county director, county judge, county director. My first 30 years, I served only Fulton County. After 2012 and the Obama administration closing the Fulton County office, I became the director of Izzard, Stone, and Cleburne, and then later Fulton Sharp as well. I was one of 3 people in the state of Arkansas with loan approval authority for Farm Service Agency. As a county director, I worked with the elected committee, somewhat like the Quorum Court. They were elected by their peers, the farmers. From October of 2017 until January of 2021, I served as the Arkansas State Director for Farm Service Agency. As a state director, I managed 62 county offices, 100 GS employees, and 250 county office employees, while managing a $25 million annual budget. During my time in Little Rock, I had the opportunity to work alongside and to establish relationships with the Secretary of Agriculture for Arkansas, the Governor's Office, as well as the state legislature. I worked with Arkansas Farm Bureau, the Poultry Federation, the Forestry Commission, Natural Resource Conservation Service, Rural Development, Arkansas Association of Conservation Districts, and many other agencies and organizations. In my position, I served with the FSA State Committee, who once again are similar to the Court. As State Director, I answered congressional inquiries, worked with the Arkansas Congressional Delegation, consisted of Senator Bozeman, Cotton, Congressman Crawford, Womack, Westerman, and Hill, while implementing federal farm programs in Arkansas. I served under the direction of United States Agricultural Secretary Sonny Perdue, at the pleasure of President Donald Trump. As for leadership and experience, I started young. My first leadership opportunity was afforded me as an FFA officer in high school and the captain of my high school football team. From there, I spent some time in the oil fields. I worked as a driller, supervised 3 employees. I owned and operated a convenience store in Harrison. I coordinated and coached the Salem Mighty Might football program for 5 years. I served as a Little League baseball softball coach. I was elected and served as president of the Salem Chamber of Commerce for 2 terms. Elected and served as president of the Tri-County Cattlemen's Association for 5 years. Elected and served as vice president of the Arkansas Cattlemen's Association. Elected and served as president of the Arkansas Association of Farm Service Agency Employees. Elected and served as the Southeast Area Executive Director for Farm Service Agency Employees, and basically I represented the southeast part of the United States. I served 4 different tours of task force tours to Washington, D.C., working on 4 farm bills. I spent a lot of time up there, 3 weeks at a time, working on farm bills that work for our farmers. I spent a lifetime being different, always leading by example. You can ask any of my employees. I will never ask anyone to do anything I would not do. And I always have their back. I believe in an honest day's pay for an honest day's work. That is what I'll expect from the county employees. As I said at the last meet and greet at Mammoth, I want to thank Mr. Crowe and his family for their service to this country. I'd also like to thank all the other veterans for the sacrifices they made so we could be here tonight. That's important. Like Mr. Crowe, my family served this great country. My father and his 8 brothers all served in the U.S. military. I had 4 uncles that served in Vietnam. Serving the people is what I do and have done my entire career. With your help at the polls, I promise to be the people's judge for all the people of Fulton County. And Mr. Crowe is incorrect about one thing in his statement. I was the first to announce for Fulton County judge. Read the paper. It's in there. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you.
Got a few questions, David. First
Okay.
one, what do you think you can do better to improve the poor conditions of the dirt roads in Fulton County?
Well, of course, everybody's been on this, and I've been to the Quorum Court meetings, and it gets a little bit heated sometimes at those. And then the Quorum Court members are trying to do the best they can to encourage improvement and encourage the judge. And at the same time, I think Gary's trying to do everything he can to help as well. I honestly think that Frankie's doing the best he can with what he has to work with. I think that we're going to have to look at possibly some training. We're going to have to put some material on these roads. We're going to have to move some material that's stacked up there. A lot of places I drive down these dirt roads, and I've been around much of them in the last few months. There's load after load of material sitting on the side of the road. We got to get it back in the road and utilize it. Everybody talked about the water running down the road, talked about crowning it. All that's part of it, but no road is the same. Just like everybody in this room, every road in Fulton County is different. We're going to have to address it. We're going to have to put people in place that know what they're doing and empower them to fix our roads. Now, there's a lot of ways to grade them. I can tell you that I've been told thousands of ways since I've been out campaigning. And I agree, there's a lot of ways to grade the roads. I have a really good neighbor that's a very good friend of mine. He graded the roads for years. And I spoke with him, and he told me some things that we need to be doing, and we're going to look at doing those. And then, like I said, train some people and do the best we can to make them better.
What is your position on a mitigation plan for the county?
I don't see anything at this time that says we have to have one. I am aware that our previous judge, not Gary, he had one approved in Little Rock. I think Mr. Clayton decided not to utilize it or accept it. I don't see right now where that's going to come into play. If it comes about, we'll have to talk to the people and come in court, figure out what the best is for Fulton County.
There is a rumor going around that you would like to hire on to work again for the state of Arkansas, as you have in the past. If elected, will you guarantee to serve the entire 4-year term?
I plan to be here. I have no intentions of going to work anywhere else at this time. I retired in January the 21st of 2021. I'm not going to stand up here and tell you that if something happened and it helped my family and bettered my family and was something I couldn't refuse, that I wouldn't find a way to do it. But right now my intentions are, and I plan to be here for 4 years. That'll probably come sometime after that if it happened. But right now I don't have any intentions of going back to Little Rock. I spent my 3 years down there. I stayed in an apartment during the week and suffered through not being able to see my cows every day and my family. And I have no intentions of doing that again at this time.
And what is your interpretation of what the OEM job is?
Well, a big part of OEM, in my understanding, is having the plan in place when a disaster occurs so that you don't have to shoot from the hip and run around here like you don't know what's going on. That emergency operations plan is very important. We have one in Fulton County. Probably keeping it updated and then taking every chance that we can to help the people in the county. You know, if they suffer suffer losses, then we need to be there trying to figure out if there's any possible way we can get any funds or help them. I think that, you know, anytime there's a disaster event, heaven forbid if we ever have some sort of military strike or something, that's when you're going to find out how good your OEM coordinator is.
Just 5 more questions.
Oh, great.
These are some of the other candidates
Okay.
that have been asked. What would you do to help shrink the hospital's debt?
Well, the question I thought was, there was a deficit. Is it the debt or the deficit? Yes, I mean, if they have a loan with a financial institution or a government entity,
Operations,
it's
operating
operating
deficit.
deficit. I'm not aware that there is an operating deficit, but basically, I look at the hospital like this. It's a public service. It's part of the county. It's ran by a board of governors that are governing board members that are appointed by the judge's office and the quorum court. I think just the judge's office. It's an asset to the county. It's a large employer. It contributes to our economy. We talked about things we need to do for the economy, and losing the hospital would be a drastic blow. If elected, I intend to attend the board meetings, find out what the financial situation is, and address it. But at this time, I'm not aware that they're operating under a deficit.
And then what are the top 5 priorities do you think the county judge should address?
Roads. Is that 5?
That's 5.
Certainly everybody, on everybody's mind, everywhere I go, is my road. And most of the time you can start your conversation with someone, you know, your road's pretty bad. We need to work on that. But we've got to work on the roads. I think that some of the things the county's been through in the last couple of years have really divided this county. The nation is divided for a different reason. But I think we're going to have to reach across the aisle, work with everybody. I think we got to do this together instead of being divisive and promoting division. We need to be working with everybody. I think that's going to be really important. Somebody's got to bring the morale of the workers at the county yard back to level ground anyway. They feel like they're stepchildren and been beat on. We've got to fix that. I think that somewhere along the line, we've got to address the administrative functions that go on in the county and try to pair the courthouse and the sheriff's office and the county yard. Everybody needs to be on the same page. Every quorum court meeting and the sheriff's department coming in there and saying, we want to spend this, this, and this because we got this $500,000 in the pot. And then the road department gets up there and says, well, we can't even buy tires or fuel for our trucks, and we need new trucks. We're parking them daily. Something's got to give here. And I realize that there's a tax for the sheriff's department, and they've done really good with it, and they need to. But somewhere we got to work on that. I think it would help at the road department if those people knew where they were going in the future. I've been told by a lot of the people out there that basically we train them and they move on to greener pastures. They pay more in Sharp, they pay more in Izzard. Well, that's a money issue. So yes, we got to have more funds and find a way to come up with more money. But at the same time, if we could have some sort of pay system to where they know what they're going to get paid when the judge changes and the quorum court changes for their career. So if they're here 30 years, when they retire, 28's when they retire. So when they're here 28 years, they know day one how long it takes to get there and how fast they get there on a pay scale. Something like that, I think we need to put in place. The state does it, the federal government does it. It's just a way of giving people a more satisfying and a more uniform career path.
Thank you. As judge, would you be a hands-on judge or would you have assistants?
Well, I can tell you from my experience working in Little Rock, you're only as good as the people you put around you. I intend to put very good people around me. you can ask my family, you can ask people that know me. If you want work, I really don't got a spot for you in my agenda, so to speak. I expect everybody to do their part, and I think that part of that is putting the right people in place. I mean, yes, the judge has to take a part in it, and I'll be hands-on. That's not what I'm saying. I'll be hands-on and I'll take a part in it. But for me to be successful, it is not based on what I'm going to do. It's based on what the people that I put in place do to make me look good, to make me be successful, is what they know and what they could do. If we get up here 2 or 4 years from now and we're having this same conversation about the county road department, I failed. So that's how I look at it.
2 more, I promise. What can you do to bring more business and revenue into Fulton County?
Well, if there's one good thing that come out of spending my night in Little Rock, is that I know a lot of people. I know people at the highway department. I know people at the governor's office. I have a lot of contacts. I'm going to utilize every one of those to do everything I can to bring funds to Fulton County. I personally think that Fulton County is like this. In the middle of the county, we're service oriented. It's agriculture. It's livestock agriculture. If you don't like it being the #1 industry in Fulton County, then you don't understand Fulton County. It is the #1 industry. But over on the west side of the county, we have a lake. And y'all can see what the road to Boggy has done as far as development's concerned over that way. There's BBRs going up everywhere. There's people doing things. I think it's going to eventually help the folks at Viola, the Elizabeth area. The other asset we have in the county is the river on the east. We're going to have to try to do things to make those folks have the opportunity to grow the tax base, to grow. I mean, yes, not much of our property tax goes to roads, but the more that tax base grows and the more retail business we can get in here, the larger our budget is to spend on this kind of stuff. But if we don't develop those 2 assets and then try to build something there, we're going to have a hard time making it all work out.
Last one. I saved this one for last. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
That's it. Thank you.
One last thing, and I'd be remiss for not giving him credit, but Mr. Crowe's analogy of newcomers and fescue was in regards to a realtor that worked a long time here in Salem, and he combined fescue seed, and he's the man that quoted, if it wasn't for newcomers and me selling the farms every day and cutting fescue, I couldn't make a living. That's Ted York.
Okay, you've been listening for 2 hours. You might want to get up and stretch, go have a cigarette, use the restroom. We'll be back here in 10 minutes, and we'll see what the sheriff candidates have to say.
name is Scott Flippo, and I'm getting ready to be your state senator here come January. I currently have Marion, Baxter, and Boone County. Our redistricting is taking me over in Fulton County now, so I've got about 95% of Fulton County. So it's my 8th year in the Senate. I'm currently serving as the majority leader, not the smallest living over a bull shoal. One thing I want to follow, especially our speaker again, be sincere, be brief, be seen. When I ran for office, I was part of the government that expected more from the citizens than they themselves. And I'm still proud of that. You know, when we talk about the biggest threat facing our state right now, it is increasing dependence on federal government. People are about a Biden local administration, and they're not going to come in here and do their martial law. They're going to break out the checkbook and start personally. And the minute we start selling out the federal government to make our life a little bit easier, someday it's not just all attacking up here. We haven't been elected our next governor, so if anybody's guess who she will be. However, I would go to work with my next governor, Senator Sanders, stand up for Arkansas, stand up for Fulton County, push back on the Biden administration, to remind people, we're working for people. People aren't working for government. Government's working for people. I'm Scott Flippo, and I appreciate your vote.
Okay, I'm going to do a little commercial here. The guy sitting in the middle of the room with the cameras and all that is a volunteer. I reached out to him because of his Fulton County Telecast website, and I said, it's Max Drone Service, say it wrong now, Subodny. And he said he's never done it before, but he was willing to try. So thank you, Max. I appreciate it. Hope it's going well. So if anybody's got another meet the candidate going on, they need it filmed. I don't know. He hasn't totally ran out on us, so it must be okay. Yes, that's drone work. And I want to thank the people in the kitchen for helping me out. My friends felt sorry for me, and they said, we'll give you a hand. The candidate signs in the back are people that supplied food or money to create the food, so you all had something to eat and drink tonight. Please help yourself. There's a lot back there yet. Okay, sheriffs. John Covey, Dallas Montgomery, Jake Smith. Our sheriff is currently Joe Bashirs. Dallas Montgomery is not here this evening because he's burying his mother tomorrow, so we'll have to let that one go. So, John wants the mic first, I guess. Here you go.
Can y'all hear me back there? First of all, I want to give my condolences to Dallas. He's had a pretty hard last 3 weeks dealing with his mom, and now he's having to bury her tomorrow up in Nebraska. But my name is John Covey. I'm running for Fulton County Sheriff. Ain't got a whole lot to hit on right now, but the main thing is I want to thank about 90% of this side over here has been my main supporters. They've been behind me through thick and thin from start to finish. Can't do it without them. My wife of 30 years. My son is in Indiana. He wanted to be here, him and my daughter-in-law, with my grandbaby, and one on the way, I think in May. You know, everybody's got to work. Thank y'all for coming out here. It means a lot for everybody to come out. I want to thank Amy. I want to thank Charles for what they're doing. The guy in the middle. Don't know your name again, but thank you. What is it? Max. Okay, thank you, Max. Now we're on TV knowing his name, Max. Anyway, something that I'm really most proud of is being able to stand up for the people that can't stand up for themselves or too scared to. I want to fight for that. I want to give the county back to the people. I want to make sure that they know they've got somebody they can call if they have a problem. Make sure that they feel protected instead of having to call and being told, we don't have anybody. That ain't right. There's several deputies. Nobody works days except for administration. I want to change that. We need deputies day and night, 24 hours a day. So.
All right, John.
One of about 30?
Nah, a little less than 30.
Oh, 27. All right, shoot.
As sheriff, will you enforce the collection of bad debts and small claims judgments, and will you, under your honesty and integrity claim, make sure that your own outstanding debts are paid? Remember, I just read the questions. So,
first of all, I am going to enforce the law on collecting outstanding warrants. Okay, there's over $618,000 owed to the county in misdemeanor warrants. With nobody on days and people not working warrants, that just climbs. It gets higher and higher and higher. That's a lot of money, y'all. And I want to make sure that we can collect some of that money. As far as paying my debts, I pay my debts, okay? Sometimes there may be a discrepancy in that debt, and I would challenge that debt.
right, next question. What are you going to do with a boat that is sitting around? I guess the budget is $11,000 in that account.
I'm not even sure if the boat is still here. It is still here. I would like to re-improvise it and use it back in search and rescue. I believe the OEM, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, OEM has started a search and rescue group. That boat would be great for that, to help. We donated one to Mammoth Spring because they are the forgotten corner. And then if you want to know the other forgotten corner, it's the East End, just like Mr. Curtis said. They're far and few between, and the boat is one thing that can be utilized to make it more safe to be on the waters, because part of North Fork Lake is in Fulton County. We've got two rivers or more than two rivers, but two of them that we could put the boat in and use. But it's not being used. It's just sitting there collecting dust.
Next question. Is it ethical for a sheriff to drink alcohol while on call or while holding that position?
Absolutely not.
This second part of that question, a good sheriff can balance administration and working in the community. Do you believe only being strong in one area can hinder the department? If you need me to repeat that, I will. Long question.
I'm not really sure how that question's being asked.
I guess they're wanting to know if you can balance administration and working in the community altogether.
As an administrator, which I was an administrator for 3 years, I worked every day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. If I had to get up in the middle of the night, I went. As chief deputy. Done it as a deputy, done it as chief deputy. Non-stop. Worked 70, 80, 90 hours a week, every week. As the former sheriff, Albert Roark, would tell you. He said it at the quorum court meetings many times. Non-stop. And I will be a working sheriff. Be available 24/7.
Next question. How will you handle the lack of deputies' ability to respond to a call in a timely manner?
Well, how would
you handle lack of deputies' ability to respond to a call in a timely manner?
You got to have more deputies on the road. They can't be at the office. They have to be on the road. They have to be patrolling. It's hard to get anything done when you're sitting on your tail. If you want to look at the computer, go home and look at the computer. Simple as that. Get out here, work, be seen. Community policing is everything.
And how will you deal with deputy misconduct with clear transparency?
Well, depends on what type of transparency. But if you have insubordination, you handle the situation. A lot of times you handle it internally. You handle it within what the lawyers and what the attorneys tell you to handle it, how they tell you to handle it.
And what is the largest staff you've supervised, or what is the largest budget you've managed?
I've never managed a budget, but there was 43 people that worked for the Fulton County Sheriff's Department, and I supervised myself and 41 others because I did not supervise the sheriff. He supervised me.
And you've probably hit on this a little bit, but what are each of your qualifications or experience in law enforcement?
I worked for Arkansas Department of Corrections for 3.5 years. I was an FTO down there, left there, went back over the road, trucking, then worked at the Fulton County Sheriff's Department. I graduated the Missouri Sheriff's Academy in 2013, went to work for Salem PD part-time. I believe it was right at 2 years is when one of the former sheriffs, Buck Foley, gave me a job as full-time. Worked full-time for 2 years, and then was chief deputy under Sheriff Al Roark for 3 years.
And you have what certificates do you have that qualifies you for being Fulton County Sheriff? You have any certificates, certifications, or anything like that?
Done lots of training. I was a instructor at the Arkansas Law Enforcement Training Academy. Went through the Missouri Sheriff's Academy. Certified Arkansas.
Two questions left. Plan, as we all know, Arkansas in general has a methamphetamines issue. What's your plan for meth control in our county?
You're not going to stop all the meth. Put that straight out there. It's not going to happen. You can put a dent in it. I'm going to combat it. You know, I can say the current administration is kicking some dope in the butt, and I commend them for that. But there's more to it than just that. There is a lot that goes into it, a lot of money, a lot of costly time, and I want to be able to implement certain characteristics to make that happen, to fight it.
And to end on a positive question, what positive attribute can you identify in each of your opposing candidates?
Is that a setup?
No.
Oh.
Positive.
Listen, I'm not going to badmouth anybody. Jake and Dallas both are fantastic people, come from fantastic families. I ain't known Dallas as long as I've known Jake. I've known his dad. I know his or his grandpa. Know his family, his brother, everybody. They're good people. You know, this is 1 in 3 chance. You know, that I make it and they don't. But if either one of them make it, they're good men. Point blank, there's no other way to say that. They are good people.
Thank you, John.
Hey, Jake. Okay, this is Jake Smith. Not all the questions are being asked because I'm thinking somebody's trying to stir the pot. So if your question wasn't asked, it's my choice. I did it. Okay.
All right. Hello. My name's Jake Smith. I'm running for Fulton County Sheriff. Thank you for hosting this, Amy. Thank you, VFW, for giving us the facility to use. I wouldn't be here without my wife, Kathy. I have to introduce her. My wife of 20 years. What are we most proud of? That was the question we were supposed to mull over. It'd have to be my family. They're my rock. I've been at Sheriff's Office since 2014. I'm currently the Chief Deputy. I took a chance a few years ago. My kids were growing, so I've not been in law enforcement all that long. I enjoy the work. I work hard every day. I enjoy the people I work with. I really want to keep this sweet. I done forgot all the things I wanted to mention, but I just assume take questions.
Oh, okay, sounds good. What is your stand on drinking and driving?
I don't tolerate it. Zero tolerance.
Zero tolerance. And remember, these are questions, like Amy said, from the audience, not from me. I don't want nobody toilet paper in my yard. So, not that you would toilet paper my yard, but why do you drive a county vehicle to and from work when you don't patrol?
Well, because you have to be in that vehicle. It's part of the job. A patrol route is different than responding to calls. We have deputies that patrol, and they have routes that they run on a daily basis, and they try to run those roads as much as possible. As a chief deputy, you don't have time to patrol. There's far too many things to do. Yes, we do respond to calls just like any other deputy. We try to keep our deputy load in the evening time as high as possible, because that's when most crime occurs, is at nighttime. Right now we have 11 full-time deputies. We just had 2 that just got out of academy, and they've started work, and they're going to be going in rotation after their training period is over here at the county. And so I drive it because I have to be in it. You know, the call comes at night. I can't drive to town if I'm going to Elizabeth, you know, and that's typical for any of the deputies.
And the other questions, the ones that John had to plan for meth control in our county.
Well, we've been working really hard. I don't know how you kick meth in the butt if you're sitting around at the office. But we actually last year, DTF finally started working with us again, and we were able to make out of their judicial district, Fulton County, which includes Fulton, Independence, and I believe Izard County, made a third of meth cases for that district, and that's a huge amount because of our population. That's a sign of the work that's being done. I want to keep it going. We have a good legacy after Sheriff Rourke left, and I want to continue that.
What certifications or certificates do you have that qualifies you to be Fulton County Sheriff?
Well, full-time certified law enforcement in the state of Arkansas. This is kind of a tough question. I can relate to John because we do a lot of training. We have to do training every year. It's gone up to 24 hours now. And every time we do it, they give us a certificate. And it's good. We need to do those things. The one standout I have is I did have the good fortune of going to Little Rock, and this is while John was chief deputy. He actually sent me down there. I am CID, or Crisis Intervention, CIT certified, and that's very, very helpful. It helps me identify people when they're in a crisis, and maybe it's not a drug thing. Maybe jail's not the answer for this person. You know, you try to help those you can. There's some people that you just can't help, but that's been a very, very useful tool from what I deal with on a daily basis.
And what is the largest staff you've supervised, and what is the largest budget you've managed?
It's the current staff. Like I said, we've got 11 full-time certified now that we have the 2 out of school. We have 3 part-times also, and then the jail staff, I think there's 15 or so people that work in our jail. And so that would be the largest as a chief deputy that I oversee. Budget's approximately $1 million. I can't remember what the exact number was, but I did work with our current sheriff on setting our budget, looking at the numbers, checking our line items.
Next question: how will you deal with deputy misconduct with clear transparency?
That's a really good question. There may be certain things that somebody may do. At the end of the day, the deputies are human beings, capable of mistakes. Criminal behavior will not be tolerated. You know, that would be immediate termination. That would include misuse of the county property. You know, drinking on the job or drinking and driving specifically, and these sorts of things. I think those sorts of things would be very transparent when they were fired and you read about it in the paper.
And how will you handle the lack of deputies' ability to respond to a call in a timely manner?
Like we're doing, getting more deputies. We have to pay them. Fulton County voted for the law enforcement tax. It really improved the revenue tremendously. We were able to get some raises and hire some people and get 2 more in school, and hopefully we can grow to meet the needs, because I hear a lot about why does it take 30 minutes to get here? Even if somebody, you know, is on patrolling and they're rolling around, they still may patrol past your house and be 45 minutes away by the time you need an officer there. So, you know, just geography is an issue. You know, it's just a reality. It takes a while to get from A to B.
Back to the boat. What are you going to do with a boat that is sitting around?
I think the current sheriff depending on what they do with it, and I don't want to get in their business. I would like to see it utilized. It'll take some training. It'll take some deputies that are going to be willing to take some free time to go get training, to learn how to use that boat safely in swift water specifically. That's a huge liability, y'all. It's gigantic. We do have other agencies. Just this weekend, I was able to contact the Missouri Water Patrol. They actually helped me do a grid search at a crime scene. Amazing. We have neighbors that can help us, and we have to reach out to those people, and we try to be available to them too as they need. I would like to see it utilized, though.
Okay. Next question: is it ethical for a sheriff to drink alcohol while on call or while holding that position?
Well, completely unethical on call. I don't know it's unethical when a man is on his own time, a man or woman. I think they could do, when they're on their free time, they should do what they want.
A good sheriff can balance administration and working in the community. Do you believe only being strong in one area can hinder the department?
Yeah. If you're strong in one area to the detriment of another, that's probably not a gain. You should be strong in everything you can. I think the drug crisis has been a big focus because it's been the source of a lot of our problems and a lot of our frustrations. And so I think a good focused effort on that is very, very helpful. But there's other things to deal with that need to be dealt with as well. So you need to be balanced.
And the last positive question: what positive attribute can you identify in each of your opposing candidates?
Well, that's easy, particularly for John. He's a very, very hard worker. He put in a lot of work and a lot of hours down there, and he worked very, very hard. Dallas, he's a nice guy. I don't know Dallas particularly well, but he treats people well, and he's a very, very kind man.
Thank you, Jake.
Thank you.
And if any of you need to have a private conversation with anybody that's being elected, we do have the back room. It's open. So you can go ask your candidate to step back and have a conversation if you like. I forgot to introduce the guy behind me. This is Charles Owens. I went to the Chamber of Commerce meeting and asked if anybody wanted to volunteer to be involved, and he was foolish enough to say yes. He owns Tri-County Medical here in town, and he is a big asset to the community. Thank you very much for being here.
You're welcome.
Okay, time for the state representatives. We'll do District 2 first, just because 2 comes before 3. I'm going to ask Marsh Davis to come up first. He's been working all day. He drove up from Little Rock. He's probably tired. So maybe he's confused. We can give him a hard time. If you want to lean, you can walk around. Marsh Davis has been serving us for 4 years. Working on 4.
Working on 4. So thank you for the introduction. Is he confused? I don't know how you figured it out, but no, thank you for that. I am Marsh Davis. I'm the state representative of District 2, which is here. Fulton County, Randolph County, Sharp County. Not all of the counties, but some of the county. If you looked at the new lines, y'all, it's confusing, to say the least. I have been in Little Rock all day, and I'll get that out of the way. I walked in, they said you're late, you're overdressed, you got your cufflinks on, you got your suit on. I'm doing this for you. But you're from Fulton County since 1965. What's going on? Well, I've been down at a committee in Little Rock, and I don't mind telling you, called JPR, Joint Performance Review. What in the world is that? Well, it's this little old committee that helps victims, male and female, of sexual abuse, violent crimes, murder, all kind of horrid things. So I had to be there, and I had to do what I needed to do. A lot of politics is not what you think. I'm going to flip gears, and I'm going to run through this real fast. Some formalities. I saw State Senator Scott Flippo in the room. I saw State Representative John Payton. I'd also like to recognize two other people, sorry. I think he's left now. Former Representative Kern Everett was in the room. A lot of people don't know that. And also, former Representative Lori Benedict is still in the room. If you would stand. So, as I say that, I need the people in this room to know something. Politics-wise, Lori Benedict may be way over here. Kern Everett may be way over here. If you didn't know, Fulton County has existed in a 50-50 district for a long, long time. Half Republican, half Democrat. But hang on just a second. When I got elected in 2018, you need to know something else. A lot of people don't know this. I lost to a really good representative, and I'm going to recognize him right now. Because the last time we were debating, him and I, was right here. And his name is Scott Baltz, and he's from Pocahontas. Now, Scott Baltz is a Democrat. I'm the Republican. Scott Baltz is a well-liked guy. Everybody said for years that Scott Baltz and I didn't get along. Well, let me tell you something. That's wrong. That's not how we operate. We operate at this level with respect. Our politics were totally different. But Scott Baltz did a lot for this district, and I'm recognizing him right now. Now, the first time I lost, the second time I won. Both races were very close, very contested. From that point on, I've been very, very blessed. I'm a blessed person. A lot of people in this room know me. They know a lot of the negative about me. They know the positive. But I'm here to tell you I'm a blessed person. I have been blessed going on 4 years to be your state representative for Fulton County. And I will never forget it as long as I live. It's been a pleasure. But moving forward, is the work done? Not even close. Not even close. There's so much to do down there in Little Rock and back here. So many roads, so many avenues to take. I can't even tell you. I won't give up the fight. Both of my opponents are in the room. You will not hear me say anything bad about them. They're both working hard. They are doing what they need to do to earn your vote. That's what I did. That's what I will continue to try to do. This new district is different. A little history. I was born in Fulton County, 1965. My people, many of y'all know them, have been here ever since. We haven't gone anywhere. We're not going anywhere. Fulton County matters. Fulton County has always mattered to the Davises, and it always will. We have a lot of issues on both sides of the aisle. We have become so polarized with our left and our right that we can't even have an intelligent conversation. But I can promise you, me and Representative Balls, or me and Representative Everett, or me and Representative Benedict can still do that. We exist in a 50-50 district. We have to work together. And for all you people that have a D, and for all you people that have an R, I have seen it. I know you. I've seen it at the county level. We have our differences, but we can continue to work together, and we will. We have to. We have an election in 3 to 4 weeks, and I have shown up in my home county where I've always lived, and I need your vote. And I appreciate each and every one of you. And I'll take any questions you got.
Marsh, I think I got 3 here for you. Said, would you support state legislation similar to Florida's bill giving parental rights to parents having a say-so in what is being taught to their children in public schools?
Great question. So whether or not you like Governor DeSantis or not, one of the things, we had a school choice bill first time I was representative, the first 2 years. And it was a Republican bill. Oh, it's a right-wing deal. I voted against it. I said, wait a minute. We got a lot of good schools. Highland, Salem, Viola. Why do we need this? Well, I didn't know for sure. So to answer that, the last time I voted for it, because I seen with my own daughter a lot of things I didn't like that were happening. She's middle school level. And I thought, ultimately we got to throw this back to the parents. Maybe the schools aren't so much choice or freedom like we need. And so for the kids' future, we got to throw this back to the parents. So the answer is yes.
Next question says, somebody's wanting explanation, says, why have you not been around at any functions for the last couple of years?
Good question. Tough question. So when I got elected, I had this vision in my mind that I would still be in my district all the time. I was a pharmacist at Walmart. I was trying to work a 40-hour week, trying to make a living, raise my kids, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I had a little learning experience. And what I didn't know is whoever you are as the representative, you're going to spend approximately about 4 months in Little Rock every day. And then you could or could not spend the rest of your time here. So in a nutshell, we used to have a joke. It's hard to get around to everything and there's always somebody mad at you. Well, that's true. So for the people that I haven't shown up for and seen, I apologize, but it's a very delicate balancing act. And you do the best you can.
And you kind of hit on this a little bit, I think. I heard you have focused on human trafficking. Is there a problem in Fulton, Sharp, and Randolph counties?
Somebody's digging in.
Not me.
Okay. Good question. I left joint performance review today, and on the backside of that committee is something horrid called human trafficking. My first term, I was appointed to this committee, and I fought it. It's called Chairman of Juvenile Justice for the state of Arkansas. It's so ironic that I'm going to end on this question. I didn't want this committee because I could only speculate what was going on out there. But I took it because I didn't really have a choice. And as chairman of juvenile justice for the state of Arkansas, you get to travel to juvenile courts. And it is a learning process. It's very hard mentally. And just like I left Little Rock today on JPR committee, we're still all over this. At driving up here, I ran into a thing, and I won't go into it. However, we have this saying in Little Rock: don't harm kids. Just don't. Human trafficking is a much bigger problem, I'm telling you, than we realize. I learned it the hard way. I can promise you, whether it's me or someone else, there are people working on this to stop it. It is wrong, and we will stop it if it's the last thing I do. Thank you for that question. That was a good one.
I do have one more that's
Yep.
handed to me for all three of you guys. What will you, the candidate, do to ensure our voice, the people's voice, is heard in rural Arkansas?
That's a great one. That's a great one to end on. I was down there. I was voting one day. I was sitting in my chair. You have 3 buttons: yes, no, or I'm just here. I'm not going to vote. And it was a tough vote. It was, half my district wanted this. I'd heard this much from half my district. I'd heard this much from the other. What do you do? Half the crowd's going to be mad, half's not. I'll give her credit. Representative Fran Cavanaugh came up to me out of Walnut Ridge. I said, I'm struggling with this one, Fran. I'm new to this. What do I do? She said, Marsh, pull back from everything they've told you in Little Rock. Forget all the calls. What do the people of your district say? And I was like, let me think about that. I looked at my last 2 text messages. They were flying in. They said the same thing. And I said, the more I think about it, my district says this. But they didn't say that. always vote. And I say this to my candidates. If you want a piece of advice, you're fixing to get it. Don't ever vote against your district. Listen to the people. Whether you like it or not, doesn't matter what my opinion is. It's what the voter's opinion is. That's what matters. Look away from yourself. Vote your district. That's what she told me.
Thank you, Marsh.
Yes, sir.
And again, if anybody wants a private conversation with Marsh, the back room is open. Trey Steimel, you want to come up and say a few words? I bet it'll be more than a few.
This one you like better. Maybe not. We'll try it this way, I guess. All right, guys. I'm Trey Steimel, running for State Representative District 2. I have a few opponents here. And I'd like to start, we got the question posed to us, what are we most proud of? And guys, I'm here to tell you, it's two. It is my relationship with Jesus Christ and my lovingly family of 5 kids, and my wife has been nice enough to join me on the campaign trail. She's my campaign manager, laundry lady, cook, and she makes a mean cookie. So, like I said, guys, I'm not here to waste your time because usually at the last part of the night, everyone's not paying attention. And I'm here because, guys, I'm passionate about representing y'all, period. And a little bit of my work history, I spent about 15 years in retail management with Walmart and Office Max. And those 15 years, you had over 300-400 people at a time. I mean, you've got to be able to actually keep your customers happy. You've got to be able to keep your employees happy, morale high. That's important. That's something a leader is required to do. That's real leader experience right there. And then I was fortunate enough to be able to move back to Pocahontas, Arkansas, where I was born and raised. And there, I'm a local shelter insurance agent. Also, we have about 75 rent houses that we manage and own from Pocahontas over into Northeast Arkansas. And guys, I'm here to tell you, if you don't call your insured back, you don't call your renter back, guess who will not have a job tomorrow? This guy. So what I'm out here to tell you is I have the experience to lead this district. This is what I can do if y'all give me the chance. And I can say, guys, I don't take political contributions at all. I do not want to go down to Little Rock and owe anyone anything. I'm here to represent the people of District 2 from Randolph County over to Sturkey, Arkansas. Guys, that's who I am. I'm not going down there because I need a job. That's not me. I already got 2 full-time jobs, and I'm fortunate enough that I can step away from it because my wife and my admin down there at the office can take care of that when I'm down Little Rock. And that's what you got to be able to do is once you get done, people forget. Politics, the nation was founded on, it was supposed to be part-time. You go down, do your service, you come back, bring back what you learned in Little Rock. Bring it to your community. Also, what is required from a representative, in my opinion, is not someone that'll sit up here and say, this is what I can do for you. This is what I can do for you. No. What it is a representative should go out to the community leaders and the community members, town halls, civic organizations, and say, what do you need from a representative? That is the message that I'm trying to get out. And since I don't take political donations and I'm about out of signs because I'm running on a shoestring budget, all I can ask for is y'all to help spread the message and tell them I need I need to be able to represent y'all, and y'all need to have a voice down Little Rock that will come back and be a part of the community. That is, that's it, guys. I'm brief. I promise. I mean, that's all I'm asking for is your support. So appreciate it.
Couple of questions here for you. Do you hold a job independent from your political position? I guess if you get elected, and will you be continuing in that position?
Okay, that question is asked quite often, just in roundtables. And yes, I'm a shelter agent in Pocahontas, Arkansas. And a couple things on that is there again, since politics is part-time, my dad is the agent on record, and I'm an agent there as well for shelter insurance. So what happens there is I had to look at Dad, and I had to have his blessing before I ran for office, because I looked at Dad and I said, "You ready to come out of retirement if I get elected?" And he's like, "Do it." So yes, I will still hold my position when I come back into the community after my service down there in Little Rock. That's absolutely correct. And as far as the rental, there again, I explained earlier that my wife Mallory, we can manage the books and also the rental load, and we also third party out a lot of the maintenance on that. So there's almost zero input that we have to put into it on a daily basis.
And they want to know where you reside. I assume it's around Pocahontas.
Yes, I reside in Pocahontas, Arkansas, born and raised there. Had to, not had to, but got the opportunity to move off, work for Walmart and Office Max. Got to come back here about 9 years ago, and that's where they will put me in the ground. We have a lot of investment in those communities there, and that's where I'm at.
And you said what your small business is, but they're wanting to know, how do you support local businesses, or how do you support local businesses?
Well, local business, guys, is buying local, shopping local, and when it comes to that is investing, right? I stepped off the edge of a cliff and invested in Pocahontas, Arkansas. Not 5 houses, not 10 houses. 50 houses, because that's what that community needed. If that's not an investment into your community and small businesses, think of it like this. There's 50 houses now in Pocahontas that have people that are from Pico, that are from out of town, that have come in and are giving back to the community, taxpayers. That's an investment into that. On a side note, a lot of people think infrastructure and supporting small businesses, roads. Yeah, roads are great. But when it comes down to it, guys, having shovel-ready jobs. So in your smaller communities like Pocahontas, and we've talked to the water department, this is what needs to happen in these small communities like Salem, Highland, Ash Flat. Even though they're not my district, I still feel, because these people need to be able to reach out to a representative that has some experience in this. We need to have shovel-ready jobs, and that means putting your sewer and your water out to an industrial site. So if someone comes knocking and they say, "Hey, show us your lots. Show us your land that we can invest in your community." You have shovel-ready jobs, and not, well, we'll have to go to the municipality and see if we have any money to put water and sewer out there or internet. And that's exactly what we need, is that investment in these communities and to find those grants. There's grants out there, guys, and we need to partner with someone that knows how to grow communities. And I feel I'm the person for that.
Thank you. Do you think it's appropriate for an opposing candidate to question or point out the differences in your opposition?
I mean, I run my campaign how I see fit. I don't feel that question is appropriate. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, do you think it's appropriate?
I'm a guy that stays in my own lane. I'm responsible for my own actions. And I've said that from day one, is I'm out here to run my own campaign and represent the people.
This one's easier. As a senior citizen, what will you do for me?
All right. Senior center, senior, you're really that old?
No, I'm not.
Oh, I was about to say, you said senior. So, but guys, senior centers and senior citizens are the backbone of these communities. That's where people usually will come home, in the later part of their life, so retire. And what's the funny thing is I've hit over here at Salem, Senior Center, and I walked in, and I don't think Mary Moore's here tonight. She was over there at Senior Center, and she said, "Oh my gosh, Trey! Appreciate you coming." And that's what we need, guys. Is we need people that will stand up for the senior centers out here to make sure they don't get shut down. There was one that was shut down in Hardy, and they had to merge with Cherokee Village. That's not home to the people that lived in Hardy. Are there resources or funds for that? Guys, we're about to sit on $1 billion in excess money in the state of Arkansas. Why not fund senior centers? Because the seniors that leave this world, there's plenty more to back them up that is going to be coming through using these centers. So it's not like it's just a one-time endeavor to where we're spending money on the seniors and that's it. It comes down to being able to invest in those communities, and senior centers are a lot of times the only way that seniors can get out and converse with people, have a meal. I mean, fellowship. That's what they are when they senior centers. I mean, and I guess it's near and dear to me because all my grandparents have passed now. But when as an insurance agent, I hold near and dear to the elderly because I treat them as I would want my grandmother treated. And I've seen a lot of stuff out here in the insurance world that just they're not being treated correctly. So that's why truly the seniors are near and dear to me personally.
Last question, Trey. What will you do to ensure our voice, the people's voice, is heard in rural Arkansas?
Easy question. So politics equals part-time job. You come back to the communities, you reach out to town halls, you reach out to civic organizations, you reach out to, the mayors, county judges, sheriffs, and that's something that I've done. And what I've found that it's being well received out here is that politics is a part-time job. And in order to represent the community, you have to be active in the community and take that back to Little Rock. That's important. And that's what I'll do to ensure every one of y'all's voices are heard, is by being active in these communities. And on my paperwork or on my rack cards is my personal cell phone number. It's been my cell phone number since day one. It will remain my cell phone number if I'm elected. That doesn't change because it's second nature for me to answer my phone to find out what these community members, mayors, and all need from a representative. That is what a representative should do.
Thank you, Trey. That's all I have.
Last thing. Hey guys, I promise I'm not running out, but my wife and I's babysitter, it's going to be past her bedtime. So please, it's not running out on you, but since my wife is accompanying me, I do have to kind of get out of here just shortly hereafter. So, we'll hand out some rack cards and please reach out to me. But unfortunately, our babysitter is she's in high school still.
Yeah, he's got an hour right. And Miss Hazel is awaited. Welcome. Always nice to see your smiling face.
Well, I'm so glad to see so many people have stayed around, and I appreciate that so much. Before I continue here, I wanted to let you know that on the back of my card actually shows what District 2 looks like. And you're going to hear from Stetson. So we share like the border here in that Sturkey area. So if you wanted just to see and confirm if you're in 2 or 3, Joey actually just raise your hand and he'll be glad to get you a copy of what this map looks like. Many of you already know me, but I wanted to quickly just go over like who I am and then go over what I look forward to doing for you if I get elected at the legislature. So I immigrated from the Philippines at 6 months old. I became a U.S. citizen at the age of 13, and I have called Arkansas my home since 2009. Joey and I have been married for almost 9 years, and I'm the mother of 2 boys. One he's a freshman at Williams Baptist. Joey's 3 girls, but we lost our 26-year-old about a year and a half ago, and a grandmother to a witty 8-year-old. And yes, I am too young to be a grandma, just saying. I help operate our tractor and small engine repair and sales shop, Sharp County Outdoors in Ash Flat. Last November, I worked on a grant program through the University of Arkansas called Create Bridges that worked with 4 sectors of small business that are so important to our rural communities. In that role, I developed a podcast series called Small Business, Big Rural Impact that has over 1,400 downloads. In another project, I toured 5 different communities here and in Southwest Arkansas, sharing the opportunity that we will have to host visitors that will come to District 2 to witness the 4 minutes of the full solar eclipse that will take place on April 8, 2024. I serve on the board of directors for the Spring River Area Chamber of Commerce. This is my 3rd year as the marketing chair for the Sharp County Fair, and I saw Miss Carolyn and Noble. This will be our 5th year supporting the Fulton County Fair, and we are so proud of that. Joey and I, again, will MC the annual car show at the Cave City Watermelon Festival, and I look forward to the 4th year of judging the bike show Joey judging the bike show at the VFW Post 9777 here at the Family Fun Day in October. We have been members of the Arkansas Cattlemen's Association for several years and proudly support FFA and ag programs. I am currently a Class 19 participant of the oldest leadership program in Arkansas called LEADAR, joining half a dozen alums of this program from Sharp, Fulton, and Randolph counties. During our community and economic development session, the city of Newport shared that regionalism is crucial to bringing in growth. And since I moved in over 12 years ago, I have advocated to our communities that we need to work together because a win for one community is a win for all of District 2. And with my 49th birthday on Sunday, I am 20 weeks of finishing my bachelor's degree in business administration, learning current lessons like how fiscal policies we make at the legislature affect state and local economies. As your state representative, I will be the voice for all of District 2. I will advocate for less burdensome mandates on small business owners, support the ability for small farm operators to sell direct to the public, including beef producers, and keep in the forefront the highways and roads we must have to make our communities more viable, and I will keep fighting until they are securely funded and finally completed. I will hold us accountable for wise and efficient state spending so we can continue to carry a surplus that will allow us to take care of Arkansas if we must reject money from the federal government that has strings attached that are not what District 2 or Arkansas believes or supports. I will work with fellow rural legislators to help get our educators fair and equitable funding support in our rural school districts. Our teachers and parents have been shortchanged of the necessary resources they need to properly educate our kids because districts with higher income levels and larger student bases are acquiring more of those resources, and yet we have greater needs. We must expect more than 38% of our 3rd through 8th graders are able to read at grade level. I support our brave law enforcement, our firefighters, our emergency responders, and our rural ambulance services. They are our first line of defense for protection and in a crisis, and we must continue to support the critical work they do in our communities. Amy asked that we share something that we are most proud of, and I'm most proud that my father, who is 75, has lived with Joey and I now for almost as long as we have been married. I am proud to be able to give back to him for the chance he gave me by immigrating from the Philippines and giving me a life here in the greatest country in the world. I am proud I can give back to him for the chance I was given to become a U.S. citizen at the age of 13, which allows me the opportunity today to seek to serve you. And in this story, you'll see why I am most proud, because through my father, I was given the understanding, the heart, and respect for the military, our constitutional process, and my country. My dad was in the Navy Reserves in the early 80s, a petty officer that was attached to a boat out of Alaska. I remember being about 12 and saw Dad's cover on the bed in my parents' room. It was just 2 of us, and like any little girl wants to do with her father, I was trying to be cute, and I asked him, "Dad, can I put that cover on?" The look on his face turned not quite serious, but kind of solemn as he told me no. I certainly didn't understand why and insisted it shouldn't be a big deal. He asked me to look at the emblem on the front of the cover again and said, "See this here? It means you're in the Navy, and only someone in the Navy can wear this. We wear it with pride to show that we are in the Navy, but also to show that we are ready to fight for our country and for the liberty it stands. If the emblem wasn't on it, then you could wear it. But the emblem is on it, so honey, no, you cannot." That memory stuck with me. In fact, it left in me a deep respect that even with the smallest things, like a 12-year-old wanting to wear a cover, that actions matter, that rules matter, that what we say matters, that being prepared as best as we can matters, and that fighting for what we believe in matters. So I don't take lightly, thank you. So I don't take lightly asking for this job to be your state representative. It matters that I have worked over the last decade, long before I decided to run for office, to be part of rural Arkansas, to gain understanding of the needs, to earn your trust, and learn how to do this job the best way for the people of District 2. And since I announced in November, you've come to me with issues to start working towards in the next legislative session so we can find together sustainable and meaningful solutions from that District 2 demands and deserves. My name is Hazel Whited, and I ask for your vote on the May 24 primary to be your next Arkansas State Representative for District 2. Thank you.
I have just 4 questions here for you, Hazel.
Okay.
First one, what do you plan to do to address the needs of the students in rural Arkansas?
So I'm already looking at that. So the students of rural Arkansas, as I've mentioned, our 3rd through 8th graders are looking at a 38% ability to read at grade level. So what we'll do is take a look at the legislature and see if there's something else that we can do so that we can get funding for our rural schools. I will tell you, Salem School District, I did look. You guys are at about a 42%. You're above the Arkansas average, but that's still failing. Right? That's still 50% or less. That's why you've got people who want to get out of your school districts so that they can go educate them on their own because they feel that that's better, and that's not what we can do, what we should do. I'm a daughter who's like with kids who's gone through the public school system. I went through public school system. We need to demand more from our public school system. So I will make sure that we work with the legislature and work with my fellow counterparts, that we find the funding that we need to be able to support our teachers and our parents for what they're asking for.
Thank you. How does your platform differ from any of your opponents?
I don't think I really need to answer that. As you can tell, I answered all of the things already, and I know that my opponent said that he's going to wait until he gets into Little Rock to figure out what you need. I'm already doing that. I'm already finding out today what it is that we need. We cannot wait until we get to Little Rock to find out what we need, because you're talking a 2-year term. By the time you get in there, and I'm going to tell you, Representative Davis did say it's different when you get to Little Rock, and I already know that. Leadership already needs to know who we are. And the fact that we come from a rural community, if they don't already know who you are, then you're going to be cast aside and put in the lower room because you're a freshman, and it takes time until you get up into the echelon. And I will tell you, I have already been working with some peers over there. Not as my other opponent likes to say that it's because I'm that I'm doing things behind my back, or I'm trying to, get what I'm trying to do is get ahead. I want it now. I want to know now what it is that we need in rural Arkansas. I need to know what you need here in Fulton County. I need to know what we need in Sharp County, and I need to know what we need in Randolph County. And I will tell you, I will also fight for regionalism between all 3 of our counties, because I truly believe and know that we will only be able to combat the bigger cities who have more representatives already banding together, because their districts are so much bigger. That if we don't fight and work together, we're not going to get anywhere. So I will make sure that we work with our fellow legislators, and I'm proud to say that I'm already working with the ones that are around me, so that when they win, and if I win, that we'll already have that step forward.
Thank you. This question was asked earlier. Would you support state legislation similar to Florida's bill giving parental rights back to the parents to have a say-so in what is being taught to their children in the schools?
I mean, I addressed right away and said, first of all, we want to make sure that if we have to say no to the federal government about strings attached and these crazy things that they're trying to implement and force down our throats, then we're going to say that's not what we want. Our parents have told us, and the Arkansas education system understands that Arkansas wants a specific curriculum and not things that are not what we want. So yes, I would support and make sure that our parents and Arkansas has the curriculum that is appropriate for Arkansas.
And the last question, and I believe you've already answered this, but I'll give you the final word. When will you, the candidate, do to ensure our voice, the people's voice, is heard in rural Arkansas?
It's easy. I'll do what I'm already doing. I don't have to I don't have to start doing anything because I'm already doing it. And that's when I heard that question, I thought, I can be proud of that. The reason why I did the laundry list of things on my resume wasn't because I was showing off about what I did. I wanted you to know that we have already been doing this. We've already been a part. So I will just continue doing what I'm already doing.
Thank you, Hazel.
Thank you very much. Appreciate everybody.
Everybody got brain overload now? Okay. We got 2 more to go, so we're not doing too bad. I was hoping to be done by 10, so we might be, depending on how long-winded Stetson Painter is, and Tom Bryant. This is District 3. This is like from Sturkey Road towards Baxter County. And we'll see what Stetson has to say.
Appreciate it, Amy. Again, my name is Stetson Painter, Republican candidate for State Representative District 3, which is Mountain Home all the way to just 1.5 miles on the other side of Viola. Give you a little bio about me. I was raised in a single-parent home, Mountain Home, and moved all over. At 17, I answered the nation's call to join the Army. Spent 2 years in the active duty, 14 years in the reserve. I'm still currently serving. I'm stationed at Fort Leonard Wood as a chemical instructor at the chem school. I became the first person in my family to graduate college, got a bachelor's degree in criminology with a master's in public administration. After that, I joined Senator Bozeman's veterans team and worked on VA legislation to help my fellow brothers and sisters get the VA benefits that they rightfully deserve and they earned. And I also worked on community projects, helped bring in, during that time, over $20 million to 15 counties in north central Arkansas. Then after that, Congressman Rick Crawford asked me to be a part of his team, so I went over there and worked as his VA liaison and continued my service to my fellow brothers and sisters in arms, getting the benefits that they rightfully deserve. Then after that, I moved up to communities director, built in another $20 million in 32 counties to help our wastewater, our broadband, our infrastructure, and so forth. I feel like I'm the best candidate tonight because I have that relationships already in Little Rock to bring in those dollars that we need. 412 Highway 62 is very important to our survival here. We are often forgetting about in Little Rock, Northeast Arkansas, and Northwest Arkansas. They come here and enjoy our lakes, our rural areas, they camp here, and then they forget about us. I want to change that. I want to be loud, and I also want to be carrying a big stick when I go down to Little Rock. And those people know that. Also, broadband is huge for our area. I can't tell you how many schools I've been to where they say, Stetson, we still have students come in our schools at 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night to use our internet because they don't have broadband at home. We're in 21st century. We have got to change that. That's a big difference. Also, school choice. But I believe that we need to continue to hold our schools to a high standard. Like what Hazel just said, it's crazy. As a legislature, the first thing in the Arkansas Constitution that we must fund is K through 12. We need to be telling our K through 12, let's get to a better standard than 42%, especially here in Salem. At the end of the day, I just want our area. My dad's from Viola. The Painters are from Viola. This is home. This is not somewhere I moved to. This is home. This is where I grew up. I want to be our voice for our hometown in Little Rock. With that, I'll be answering questions.
2 questions for you, Stetson. Now, this first one's kind of got multiple answers here. Who are the elected politicians that you have worked for in the past, and who would you govern most like of these politicians? And are you currently on any of their payrolls?
So I worked for Senator Bozeman for 5 years. I worked for Congressman Crawford for 5 years. And I would govern as Stetson Painter. That's who I am, and that's who I'm going to run as, not somebody else. And currently, I do still have a job because I have a wife and a little girl that depend on me. And so I go to work every day fighting for our communities and working on community projects, and again, for our veterans. That's what I do right now.
Thank you. And when federal monies for infrastructure are released to the state, how will a small rural county like Fulton be considered for their share of federal funds?
That's a good question. So one of the first things I want to do when I get down there, and hopefully Hazel will be down there with me, is to start a rural Arkansas caucus in the House. To start that with legislators from districts of rural Arkansas, which is going to be over 30. And you need 36 to stop a vote. We're going to have that. And that's how we're going to fight for infrastructure dollars. And make sure that, hey, if these infrastructures come from the federal government, before the majority of our colleagues say yes, what strings are attached? Because let me tell you something, there's going to be strings attached. And it may be something that we don't want to be a part of.
Thank you, Stetson.
Last but not least, here comes Tom Bryant. He's also District 3. He doesn't have experience as a politician, but he's got lots of experience.
I'm also a sound man. I'll come back and take care of this problem. Anyway, okay, I will. I'm Tom Bryant. She just told you what I'm running for. I'm a small businessman in Mountain Home, Arkansas. I live in Gamaliel, Arkansas. Of course, the district comes over into Fulton. And I am not a politician. I am an ex-famous singer in a rock band. I'm a writer, both words and music, published, known. And I am a wrestling coach and a teacher. Presently, I have 30 students under my wing. I've had hundreds and hundreds of wrestlers, hundreds and hundreds of music students. And that is my greatest accomplishment as the kids, not what I've done. I've done so much in my life. I've been so blessed that it's, you know, I couldn't go through from me as a child to now, and there's not enough time. But my main outlook on things is we are in trouble. We're in trouble as a country. We're in trouble as a state. The counties are in trouble, everything. And it's because of the same old, same old. And all I can tell you is I'm not the same old, same old. I look at a problem and I critically, cognitively try and solve it. That's the way I've always been. I'm working with a guy named Mike Bayhem who is with Scalise and a bunch of other guys, and he said, hey, Tom, write me something about anything. Well, in an hour, I wrote him 24 pages, and he's like, yeah, where'd you come from? Well, like I said, I look at something, I see the problem, and I try to solve it. I don't spout off about it. We all know what the problems are. Would you like to hear one? How about the public school system? It's totally failed. It's not something that we need to heal. There's no healing it. What I believe is we need to most likely let it rot on the vine. And how to do that is through the parents and vouchers. Give them the opportunity to decide where their kid goes to school. And for lack of a better deal, I'm a rock and roll guy, so I call it the five-finger death punch. Down here below the public school system, you have the teachers' unions who are implementing all this crud that they're teaching our kids. And they wonder why our children are such a low learning level percentage-wise. Well, the reason is because they're not teaching them right. They're teaching them what they think they should learn. And you can see where it's turned this nation. It's turned this nation into a filthy, nasty cesspool. I don't know how else to tell you, folks. But why has it happened that way? I hear all these people spouting off about this. I hear all these politicians saying how they're going to heal it. I have seen it do nothing but this, especially in the past decade. Nothing but go down the hole, further and further. Well, the five-finger death punch, you got the parents up at top, you got a voucher here, and you have the public school system where all this money is running into. Here's where all your money's going. I own a small business in Mountain Home, Square One Music, and you would not believe the taxes that I pay. And close to 80% of all the taxes I pay go into the public school system. For what? For the garbage we're teaching these kids? For these percentages that we're getting? It's ridiculous. Now here, you have a parochial school, you have a charter school, you have a private school, and here you have home school, right? So you got all this money blowing into this failed system. Well, the legislation that I would write on it, that I have been working on at home, is to allow the voucher for the parents or the grandparents to decide where these children go to school, not just all the money blowing into here. If they want them to go here, great. That building's already paid for. That bus is already paid for. Those teachers are on a salary that's already paid for privately. Right here, you have a charter school. Okay? Let's go to homeschooling. What do you have to do to anybody here homeschool their kids? So you know that it costs you money. You get nothing. You pay in. That's all you do to teach your children well, and my hat's off to you because I know they're getting a good education. Now, what I am going to propose is a massive, it's threefold really. What it's going to do is going to chop out the teachers union, which is the root of the evil in the schools. And here it's going to rot this on the vine. I've heard so many stories from teachers and from children in my store that it would blow your mind what is going on. Now, in order to get a voucher and time and money into these schools, it's going to take about 50% of your tax revenues that you're blowing into this worthless program, all right? So this is going to take 30 to 40% because there's already a house, there's already a car, there's already lunches mom's making, all right? So now we have a large amount of revenue, your tax dollars sitting up here in limbo, right? No. That's where the other tax cuts come into play. How many times do you have to pay on your car before you own it? How about never, the way it is now? Personal property tax is ludicrous. It's not your personal property if you're paying on it. It isn't. It's not yours. If you don't pay that tax, what happens? They come and get it, don't they? This is insanity. This is what we were meant not to do. This is why the Boston Tea Party occurred. And all I see is taxes going up and up and up and up. And how about the elderly? I've been on a trail quite a bit, knocking on doors, and I talked to this woman. And she was 82 years old, and her husband passed away. They took away his Social Security, so she just had what little bit she had, and she had to go back to work at 82. There again is insanity. That has to be dealt with. You know, this woman worked her whole life to go back to work. What's the problem? I'll tell you what the problem is, and it's government is the problem. Government is the one who's overtaxing us. Government is the one who's making the poor decisions on all the taxation, on the schools, on everything. Now let me get to another point that I'm totally ratcheted up on. That's fentanyl. You're not hearing anybody talk about it. All right? This problem is huge in this state. I had one of my wrestlers, two of my wrestlers, but one that really hit me hard. they were practice, and this has affected actually 3, I'm sorry. I look over and there's 2 of my biggest kids pounding on each other. And I jump in there, I said, hey, 20 push-ups, started giving them the deal over it. And one of them said, hey, I gotta go to the bathroom. And in the school that I'm in, you go out the door, there's a hall and there's a bathroom. So I get the other kid still doing push-ups. I said, you got 2 minutes. He goes up in there. And I come, and 2 minutes later, I come to the edge of the doorway there, and I look across, and he's looking around the bathroom. And I said, hey, get in here. So he gets in here. I said, I need 50 more push-ups now. And he just breaks into this insane crying fit. And I put my arm around him. What's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? My mother died in front of my brother and I last night with a needle sticking out of her arm. Fentanyl and methamphetamine. So it just hit me like a lightning bolt there. I said, look, and he's just losing it. I go, his younger brother, Frankie, is 7 years old. He's 12 years old. I said, Frankie needs you. The father is an alcoholic. I said, Frankie needs you. You gotta get it. And right then and there, this kid, his resolve was unbelievable. And he said, yeah, you're right, Coach. Frankie needs me. And ironically, driving here today, I'm driving down the road, and there's Frankie. He had got off the bus right there, and I honked at him, and he said, Coach, And he's doing great, and his brother's doing great, because he had that program. Now, these programs were on my dime and my time. I didn't ask anybody for anything, just like this campaign I'm running. I took $9,000 of my money and put it into it. I never have asked anyone for a penny, not one penny. There's people that have come up to me and said, hey, I want to contribute, and I let them do what they do and do it legally, and then I put thousands more of my own money in. And it's not something I want to do, it's something I feel I have to do, because we are in dire straits. And we can either go the same old route, or you can get some people in there who don't answer to any special interest, who don't answer to anyone but God. And that's me. That's all I can tell you. Okay.
Got one question here, Tom. Tell about your gifts to the hungry.
My gifts to the hungry. Every week, and I've been doing this for a long time, every week, I don't give to the regular food bank that you would think and stuff. Anything that has administrative fees, i.e. another little government, that, in my eyes, would take away from the starving kids or the family that needed something. So every week, I take my van and I drive up to Aldi in West Plains, because I can get good, clean food for, affordable prices. And I pack my van full, and I go down to Bible Way Church just across the Missouri border, and I've got a key to the place now because they trust me, and I unload all the stuff. And it's piles and piles of food. I spend large amounts of money on this because there's nothing worse to me to think of some poor kid out in the middle of nowhere starving to death. So I do it every week. 2 weeks ago, I went into the pantry and I saw what really disturbed me, because of what everybody has with all this inflation, all these taxes, all this garbage. People got to eat. They got to survive. They got to have gas, So the pantry was pretty much almost barren. So I unloaded my stuff. 2 days later, I went back again and bought mass amounts of food and put it back in there. So, money means nothing to me. I don't look at this position, so-called position, as an income or anything I even want to do. I just have to, because we're so far gone as a country. as a state, as everything, that something radically has to be done. And I am the guy in the tub with the stick. I've been a fighter my whole life, whether it's been out on the street fighting people that weren't good people. He can attest to that. Or whether it was on a mat, or whether it was training kids, you know, how to fight right and be righteous, not to be criminals. And I have had, like I said, hundreds, maybe thousands of them. And I had one with me on the campaign trail, and he's a state champion. And I'll never forget this. We were talking to this lady, and can I have a hug? He's a hugger. And he hugged her, and he said, this guy hasn't just been my coach. He's been a life lesson. So there you go.
Thank you, Tom. That's all I had. Steve Parson is also running for District 3, but he was unable to be here tonight. He did send me an email stating he lives in Lakeview. He's a retired pathologist. His wife is a veterinary tech and then went on to medical school. He's got several of the stories back and forth here, but he sent me 8 points that he wants you to think about. He's a libertarian, which means get rid of as much government as you can. Okay, find the spot here. I touched my phone and it went away. He says voters deserve another choice besides the two parties with a strong hold on politics. Two parties have been on record controlling the size of government, the government spending, and taxes. His campaign is about government and less government and more freedoms. This means less government intrusion into personal decisions, which is whether one uses to choose a seatbelt or smoke marijuana. This means the government intrusion into businesses operating, such as decisions regarding hiring, compensation, benefits, and he hopes to canvass local businesses to follow through. The questions he's talking about decriminalizing marijuana, I have them on my phone. I personally don't want to discuss decriminalizing, but I do have it if you want to read his opinions on it if you're in District 3. Have you heard enough? Let's play bingo. Did Kenny leave? He's the caller. Thank you so much for being out, showing support. This has just been an amazing night. A lot of information for you to go through. Thank you.
a local media platform powered by the community with the potential to host event coverage, live streams, weather updates, sports information, and other media produced by the community.